Okay. Well, thanks everybody for waiting for me.
Welcome back.
Yeah, thank you.
Can't do it without you, John.
Well, yeah, no problem. Okay, well, seeing as how it's a little after 6, I should call it to order. And roll call will probably show that everybody's here, right? Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved. Second.
Okay. Motion Brackman, second Weinsoff. And so we have at 6 o'clock now the first item, and the second item will be at 7 o'clock. Is this loud? So the introduction, first reading of ordinance number 769, ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Fairfax establishing the procedure for replacement of council members who resign before the end of the elected term of office. And we have a staff report, which I assume that people have read. I mean, do you want to introduce it for our audience that
okay.
maybe is bigger than
I was going to say, would you like the staff report? Okay. Well, as background, you may recall at your March 14th meeting, you had a discussion related to the adoption of an ordinance would allow the council to actually appoint someone to fill the vacant seat vacated by Councilmember O'Neill until a special election could be held in November 2013. And so after much debate, discussion, the council directed staff to come back and prepare this ordinance for consideration at tonight's meeting. But also with that, you also asked staff to take a look and research a couple questions. One question was, can it be a ranked vote? In other words, if you have the general election in November, you'll have 3 4-year seats, and you'll have the 2-year term, so that's 4. Can it be the top 4 vote getters, the 4th highest, would then be slotted into the 2-year seat? And the answer is no, you can't do that. Candidates are going to have to decide whether they're going to run for 4 years or 2 years. And for the 4-year, there's 3 seats that's ranked, top 3 vote getters. But for the 2 years, just whoever gets the most votes wins that seat. The other question that you asked us to take a look at is, can the special election you would have to call, can it fall on the regularly scheduled municipal election? And actually the answer is yes, it can. You have that flexibility. That's actually pretty important because the county register indicates in a general election its cost is what, $2 to $3 a registered voter, but for a special election it's more like $8 to $10 a registered voter. And so you're talking 3 to 4 times more, so there's a great cost savings there. So for staff's recommendation is, depending on what the council decides, if you do introduce and do the first reading of this ordinance, then you could go through the selection process, but you actually wouldn't appoint anyone until the April 3rd meeting. In the April 3rd meeting, what we'd have, the second reading of the ordinance, assuming that gets approved, you have the call for special election, then you can appoint someone, they could take their oath of office, and then continue at the regular meeting. If you choose not to do anything with this ordinance, then we'd recommend that you go through the selection process and you still wait till April 3rd to make your appointment, and the person then could take their oath of office and then sit with the council at that time. But with that, that pretty much concludes the staff report, unless the town attorney would like to supplement what I said.
I don't have anything to add unless you have questions about why the answers turned out the way they did. So.
Well, I guess I don't have questions as long as it fits California law. Any other council members?
I have a couple questions. Just as far as the timing of an election for one of these appointment situations, when we're talking about the next regularly scheduled municipal election, when we went through this the first time, there's a number of dates that are considered regularly scheduled election times.
I can explain that. It's a little tricky. In the ordinance, if you want to look at it, on its section B, the second sentence, there are 2 terms of art that have some statutory substance to them that seem very similar on first reading. So where it says the special election may be held on either.
Where are you?
Second sentence of B.
In section 3.
In section 3 of the ordinance.
Okay.
So there's 2 dates referenced: the next regularly established election or regularly scheduled municipal election. Those are 2 different concepts. The first is the next regularly established election. That's per the election code, the 3 dates each year on which an election can be held. It's June and November, and then in each year, and then it's March or April, depending upon if it's an even or an odd year. But the second term, which is different, is the regularly scheduled municipal election. That would be the election at which the town elects its council members, mayor, if one's elected, clerk, et cetera, which for us is in November. So that occurs every 2 years in November. So essentially you have 2 options once this ordinance is in place. That is to call for an election at the next occurring established election day pursuant to the general election code, or to wait until the next regularly scheduled municipal election, which is always going to be in November of an odd-numbered year.
So, excuse me, so this gives us the option, it gives us some flexibility as far as when we would designate the election to be held.
Yes, the only trick is, in terms of you only have 2 choices.
Right.
One is the next regularly established election date, and the other one would be the next regular municipal election.
Right.
But I think that was what the concern was, that
Right.
you wanted to be able to wait till November when you're already having an election, so you didn't have to pay for
A special election.
Yes.
Okay. And the other thing I'm wondering about, since we're sort of treading into uncharted waters, and how it all works out will remain to be seen, is whether we could put a sunset provision on the ordinance. So it would sunset, let's say, in 2015, so that everybody on the council now would be affected equally to the remainder of their current term, and we could just see how it plays out. So, we would have to renew it as opposed to just, it's there and we've got to kind of deal with it. To me, that it just seems like that may be a prudent thing to do, just to see how it goes, when we try it out, because it's a new thing for us, and I think it just gives us another layer of flexibility.
I've not seen that in local ordinances, but I don't see any bar to it. The state legislature does it all the time, so I think if you wanted to add a clause that said this shall be effective through November,
I would
whatever
say
date.
January 2015 or 2016, whatever, the January after my current term, or actually the term that we're appointing for, is over, so that everybody's affected equally that's on the council right now. Okay, thanks a lot, Jim.
Anybody else?
Mike, I guess my concern lies with the election this fall, and us having four totally open, four potentially, 4 seats that are up for re-election, and the confusion out there of how do we, how does one who wants to run decide whether they're going to run for 2 years or 4 years? I'm delighted that we've leaped the hurdle of being forced into special elections, but I'm still concerned about A, having 4 seats open, and B, the confusion that it's going to cause the voters in trying to figure out, A, people running, and B, and I don't know if anybody in this room has had any experience with that kind of a special election, how those things roll out. I haven't seen that play out, and that makes me nervous.
Could I
Yeah, please.
reply? The only time I know of is actually at the last Marin Municipal Water District election. One of the members, Alex Foreman, died in office, and they appointed Mr. Quintaro to replace him. So at that last election for a 5-member board, you had 4 members running. So it was somewhat of a similar situation. So yeah,
Were they all running for the same term?
they were running for
Different
they were
districts,
running different district, different terms.
Right.
But I'm just saying, you had 4 out of 5 members of a governing board that were up for election. And, I understand the concern, and I share it to some extent. The other concern, just my gut level is, wow, You know, that's a lot of turnover, or potential turnover. And just as an organization, you know, that is unsettling. So that, you know, that is a concern. On the other hand, Marin Municipal Water District election, I think all the incumbents were reelected. I mean, it wasn't, and the voters figured it out, although, you know, you didn't have 4 seats up in one district where you've got voters that sort of have to split their ballot, which is what they'd have to do in this next election if we adopt the ordinance. But so yeah, those are issues that are raised by the adoption of this ordinance. I agree.
Yeah, and I think that does address the 4 out of 5 issue, but I don't think it addresses the confusion at the ballot and the political strategizing that has to happen for somebody who potentially wants to fill one of those 4 empty seats. And I mean, that gives me a lot of pause.
Thoughts? You know, frankly, for me, that gives me pause too. I mean, especially, well, I mean, it's a little confusing in that, you know, there's 2 races going along. It's not the same as the the water district election, where basically everybody is running for that particular area, and it happens to be 2 years or 4 years. And so it's exactly, I mean, I kind of like the idea of your sunset clause, because it remains to be seen exactly how that plays out. I mean, and who is, you know, going to run for a large 2-year term, and you know, see who files for what, and, you know, maybe somebody, or it could be just fine too. We don't know. And I guess it's just the situation we're in. I am happy that we don't have to spend, I mean, it would be actually an easy decision if we had to call, you know, we were faced with a $50,000 tab in the future for any time this happened, because I wouldn't want to leave that kind of legacy myself. So I think that's really what we're considering. Further thoughts? Are there any thoughts from the public on this? Open it up to public comment.
I mean, I'm just going to try to be as candid as possible. I do think there are some advantages to holding an election, okay, in spite of the uncertainties of it. It certainly gives the public the chance to vote on an elected seat. I think there's an inherent advantage to that, even though there's also an inherent risk to that, the uncertainty risk. I have found, and I may be eating my words in 7 months, it's not good to make decisions based on fear or uncertainty. That when you're analyzing the decision whether to go ahead or not, you've just got to analyze the evidence at hand and make your judgment based on, you know, how you feel about it. And I think everybody up here knows, you know, we've been talking to the public for years about open, transparent proceedings, respect for the public, and all those kind of concepts. And so to me, you know, uncertainty aside, it just seems like it would be best. I mean, my decision tonight is probably going to be to, you know, move the ordinance. It just seems like it's the cleanest way to go, especially because we've got 2 appointments that are probably going to be made. So yeah, there's risk, you know.
I might suggest, Pam, that one way around this, some political advice to folks out there is that in their walking piece, they take part of it as an opportunity to educate the public, and then in their mailer, they also take part of the opportunity to describe it and lay it out. And if you have all X numbers of candidates doing that, then the public will have myriad opportunities to read the same thing over and over and over. And in fact, even our deputy clerk could probably work on some standard language that would help the public understand what's going on. So it would be entirely election neutral.
I think the challenge remains that we don't know who will file for a 2-year and who will file for a 4-year, and that to me, creating that dissection, creating that sort of
Never a good sign
opportunity.
when a black cat crosses.
Oh, good.
That's another
Yeah,
bad
see?
sign. That's another bad sign. That's not good enough.
We won't let the fear get to us. I get really nervous with this. Yes, we're leaving it to the voters, but we're leaving it to the voters in this really weird way where they're not going to get to do this ranked choice thing that would work out really nicely, but instead we're sort of giving them this, this trick, this kind of, and we're giving the people who are going to run also, I think, who I like to think of ourselves as being dedicated servants, like to have to run, this fall and then have to run again in 2 years. You're asking a lot of somebody, and I think that it's less likely that people are going to run for the 2-year spot. And I think, somebody who wouldn't normally get a lot of votes might be able to sneak into that 2-year spot because nobody else wants to do it. Because that's a lot of work to run twice in 2 years. If I was asked to run twice in 2 years, I wouldn't do it. We can't pretend like campaigning for this is easy. We knock on every door in Fairfax to sit in this chair. And and I think that everybody who sits in this chair should have an opportunity to do that. But I don't know, I keep feeling like there's the confusion that's going to bring up, and I feel like there's this little piece of trickery that could sneak in there and land someone on this council that doesn't really get the true vote of the people. And that's I don't know, it's not fear. I don't know if that's fear or concern as much as it is wanting to kind of give a break. And also I feel like we've got a lot of really great candidates here who I think many of them would serve beautifully on this council, and I'm more than happy to give them the faith of 2.5 years. We're a little over our limit here. We're a little over the limit of a halfway term, and to me that I'm willing to give them that to do this job. This is not an easy job. This is a dedication of service, and we're asking one of those people that we're appointing to potentially run twice in the next 2 years, and that feels like asking a lot of somebody. I want to give the people their vote, but there's just a lot in there that has triggered me to a point where I don't like it. I've got faith in the people who have come up to who have come up to be appointed, and I know that it's maybe that's an easy. I'm in an easier position because I think it's out there that I'm leaving. I'm in an easier position that I'm leaving, and I don't have to deal with a lot of the ramifications of this. But I do, I want to leave us with someone really strong, with some really strong people. And I want to leave us in a situation where we have people who are excited to serve, and we're not taxing them greatly with these campaigns. They can be, they're time-consuming and expensive and a pain. It's one of the reasons I think one of the reasons we want to pass this ordinance is to create a level playing field for the appointees that we have right now. And that's a decent and honorable place to be coming from. But I think that by creating that level playing field for what are going to be 2 open appointments, I think we're creating an opportunity that is a burden to whoever we appoint. And I don't like it.
Well, go ahead.
I hear your concerns, but just to make light of my own experience in local elections, I ran in 359 last year, and I don't think it's a surprise that I'll run this year. Maybe it's just a little cottage industry in my reality, but it does make you, on the upside of things, You do become very intimate with the highways and byways of our street, of our town. You certainly have the opportunity, whereas you really got to work it to meet everybody in the 11 or so weeks that you might want to campaign. Certainly over a course of elections, you will have that opportunity. And frankly, keeping the voters, like in the House of Representatives, close to the concerns of those that put us here with this great trust. I understand the expense of it, although that can be driven down quite substantially if you stay away from political consultants and just walk the doors. I don't see it as a burden. I see it if somebody wants to do it, it's a privilege to go up to somebody's door and introduce yourself as a council member and say, I'm seeking your vote again, and explaining to them why. And so to those who would not find that to be fascinating, there are other volunteer opportunities in our town. But to those who want to sit here and make the tough decisions that we confront seemingly weekly, I would say walking the streets is actually an excellent opportunity to stay faithful to you know, the electorate and why they put us here. So with that, and with Larry's recommended change of a sunset in January of 2015, I would move that we adopt or do the.
We need to draft some language.
Before you, yeah, before you move,
We waive first,
Yeah,
we
we
waive
need
first reading of ordinance number 769.
Can I first
Yep.
suggest we draft some language? So I've written something, and why not just read it and you tell me if it's what makes sense. All right, this would be a new section C of the ordinance. This section 2.04.020 shall sunset on January 1st, 2016, and thereafter shall have no force or effect.
Right, that's the correct date.
Yeah, that's the correct date.
So if that language is okay, then
With the recommended language from Larry as drafted by the town attorney, yes.
and did you take public comment?
We haven't had public comment.
yeah, we haven't had public comment, and actually I didn't finish my comments either, so I'd
Okay.
appreciate, yeah.
You asked for public comment and nobody came.
I opened it to
You
public
closed
comment, but at that point, there were fewer members of the public here. And, you know, I mean, I think, also Pam, I agree with your concern of having it be really taxing, because it is taxing to walk the streets, but it is also, I think, educational for the person trying to get their feet wet jumping into this, because that's the opportunity to debate a whole lot of issues, as you and I both know. We had a field of 7 in our election, and a lot of issues come up, and a lot of issues, I mean, you had to figure out what all the aspects and the different sides of all these various issues are, and debate them with other people looking for that seat. And you know, it gets pretty interesting, and basically some of those issues are not ones that you necessarily care as much about as other ones that, you know, for running. And so it's important. I mean, Ryan here was about to speak in public time, and he didn't get the benefit of a wide field in his election, and I don't know, and the public didn't as well. So, you know, that's good. I mean, I share your apprehension with the 2-year versus 4-year thing, and also having to put somebody through that every other year at, you know, for 2 years running. So it's a lot to ask of anybody. You're right. Though it's, I mean, I don't have as much fear from Fairfax. I mean, in Fairfax, we have a pretty educated electorate, and you know, they're not stupid at all. I mean, that's one of the joys of Fairfax, is that people are involved and, you know, generally do their homework and figure out things. They talk to each other about things. They care about Fairfax, and hopefully they'll care enough to see through some. If somebody wants to try to pull some shenanigans, well, maybe that's the risk we're taking, but hopefully it's not much of a risk. But I would like to hear it from the public, and Ryan, you're first.
Ryan O'Neill, 148 Madrone Road. First of all, I have to apologize to everybody for having to deal with this overall, but my family's got to come first, and I think we're all on the same page in regard to that. In regard to John and having a small field to run against, it's entirely possible that people know who they're up against and decide not to run. What I think is happening here is a diligence to doing your homework and making sure that you're transparent to the public and making sure that you're accountable to the people that voted for you. But you're forgetting that people voted for you because they trust you. And they trust you because you have to make hard decisions every week, every month. Some of you may be retired, some of you may own individual businesses that afford you time to go campaign and walk during the day or get coffee at 10 o'clock. Somebody like myself who has 2 careers and jobs and young kids doesn't have that ability to have that much time. And campaigning is a huge tax on the average person, let alone all the things you'll be asking of that person to do in regards to youth commission or tree committee or TAM or all the things that you're asking them to serve on for dimes an hour as it averages out. So keeping in mind what you're asking of the people is important. I agree with Pam that if you're a retired person, maybe it's not such a big deal to campaign twice. But if you're someone who has dual incomes to keep a household together, that's asking much more than anything else. I think you're doing your due diligence to make sure that you're transparent, but the cameras here and the public, and like you said, a very intellectual electorate, they trust you. And why I'm starting to not get frustrated, but I just bring it to its lowest common denominator and keep things simple is people trust you to make an educated decision, and you're doing it in front of everybody. So I'm not accusing you of being afraid, but I'm challenging you to make a tough decision and keep everything as it is. Make a decision. You should only be afraid if you have something to hide in your decision, and I don't think any of you have an agenda. I think you're all totally capable of getting together and making a tough choice. And I think everybody in town will back you, even if it's not their candidate, provided it remains to be as transparent as you're all making it. And you all said you have great candidates to choose from. So it would be my idea to keep it simple. And when things get tough, keep it simple. Appoint someone for my term. Trust that they're doing a good job. And the repercussions of you making a bad choice could cost you in your elections. So if people think that you're pulling a special interest move or putting someone in there to help your agenda, and they see that in the 2 years, you're putting your own elections up. So I think it's really simple. I think you just ask the questions, pick the person who best represents me in my spot. Not necessarily the one that you have most in common with, but someone who would do the best job according to the people that elected me, in your best opinion, and give them 2.5 years. That's just keep it simple, in my opinion. Make it easy on everybody.
Valerie Hood, 79 Dominga. I'm sorry I missed the earlier discussion, but I think it was carryover from last time, so yeah, okay. Just to weigh in quickly, after looking at all the candidates, I figured out the person I thought had the best qualifications. I'm in a bind, and I think a lot of you are in the same way. I have 2 people that are running who I consider to be good friends. And
Could I just, before you go on, right now what we're talking about is the ordinance?
Right. Okay. So all I'm saying is that I think that you guys may be in the same bind where you're having to figure out something about friendship versus responsibility and what makes most sense in the long term, whatever decision you make right now. And I don't think it's easy, because it is public. It is our friends. It's all that. I just want to say I think you guys are doing a great job, and I think this is hard, and I wish you the best success.
Michael McIntosh, at the last council meeting, I really support the open democracy that we have and the transparency, but giving everybody a chance. And I think that election might, to address Pam's concerns, maybe change dynamics, maybe not, I don't see like a special interest getting in because somebody else can't get in. I think that competition levels fields, but I think that if we have an opportunity to really put a vote up, it's a good idea. I think that probably the thing that we didn't hear at our last session or council meeting that Larry brought up today, I think was probably the most prudent thing. We don't know what the future is. We shouldn't make a choice based on fear of the unknown. But to say that the last month of anybody's terms up here, if it's Larry as he calculated in January 2015, and that's when this would sunset, I don't think there could be a better compromise. So what I really hear with that is to go ahead and go forward as what I think we should with a vote. But in case we make a mistake or there's a financial burden in the future, have it sunset where it doesn't affect anybody unequally. Thank you.
Nicole?
Nicolo Calderero, 165 Furstock. Good evening, and I understand the dilemma about setting a precedent. I think that though we can always revisit this in the future, so I don't think that we're really carving anything in stone. And since the Supreme Court has abandoned all precedents over the recent Citizens United, I think that we may be in fertile ground anyway. So I'm disappointed that so few people have shown up to speak on this, which doesn't speak well for democracy. But I think that we should have the opportunity for the citizens to vote again on the term. Thank you.
Pamela Miggs, 310 Cypress Drive, Fairfax. You know, I read the paper today, and I am also, by the way, I just want to reflect on what Nicolo said. I am very disappointed. This is not Fairfax, you know. We're like a big family, and the time is the issue. I just found out a little while ago it was at 6 p.m. But anyway, I read the paper today, and it kind of hit me that I thought maybe the people should vote all in November for these seats rather than extend it. And I said that the other night. It was my first gut feeling. Because I want to make sure that the people have a say and a voice, and they're going to represent the people's vote. Not that you're not able or capable and have the best person in mind, whether you have loyalties or not. It's just where I feel about how the democratic process should proceed.
Hi, I'm Renee Goddard, and I'm not going to take much time, but I need to comment in response to Ryan in saying that I thank you, Larry, for taking this stand, because it is the hard stand. And I think after just seeing Lincoln, it's really hard to say that we should just always, if something can be simple, make it simple. I don't think anything great ever came out of taking the lowest, least resistant path to create something great. So I really do appreciate that outside of all political, whatever we do politically. I think we have to stand on that, and that's where greatness comes from. So thank you.
So if there's no further public comment, then I'll close public comment. Anybody? Okay, it's closed. So I think there is a motion on the floor.
To waive first reading?
To waive first reading of this
To waive full reading and
Full
to
reading.
introduce by title only, and then to have the first reading to introduce it.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
I'm going to second the motion.
Okay, so we have a motion, Weinsoff, second Bragman. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed.
Okay, so we have Hartwell opposed and 3 in favor. Should I say the names for the record? Or?
Don't need to, but
Sorry?
What's the motion? We couldn't hear the motion or it's in the votes or anything, I don't know why.
I think they just want you to repeat the
Restate the
action you
motion.
took.
Yes. Well, the action that we just took was to waive further reading of this and amend the ordinance with a sunset clause that would basically sunset this ordinance in...
I have to,
Oh, you...
let me restate it, okay? The motion was to waive further reading and full reading of the ordinance and introduce it by title only. That's the first step.
Okay.
So that's what they already voted on, and if you want to vote on it again, you could do that.
Okay, so is it... Sorry if I wasn't clear. Okay, so now we have this ordinance, which doesn't have a number, adding section 2.04.020 about council vacancies, an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Fairfax, adding this section 2.04.020 to the Fairfax Municipal Code. Well, he's going the other way this time, so I think he's happy.
Council, is that how you would title it for the record?
The motion would be to introduce that ordinance as described in the title you just read.
Yeah. So, so we don't need a second thing. I'm just now we vote on this ordinance, right?
Well, if you need a motion and a second.
Well, yeah. I'm entertaining.
I'd move approval of the ordinance. Is that is what we're moving?
Move approval of the introduction of the ordinance.
Okay, I would move approval of the introduction of the ordinance.
And I'll second it.
Okay, so we have a motion, Bragman, second Weinsoff. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed. Okay, Pam Hartwell is opposed. The other three are in favor.
And then, Mr. Mayor, for the public, the ordinance will come back for second reading for adoption and final passage, if that's the will of the council, at the April 3rd meeting.
Yes. So this has been the first reading of it, and we will read it again April 3rd for the second reading and possible approval. Okay. So now it's 20 of 7 or something thereabouts. The second item on the agenda is interview of candidates for the council position. And we have stated publicly that that will not commence before 7 o'clock this evening. So that's about 18 minutes from now. And so until then, I would entertain a motion to adjourn for 20 minutes.
So.
Okay. Bragman, right, see you in 20 minutes. So it's 7 o'clock. And I'd like to call the session back into order. And we have, for the next item on the agenda, we have this very interesting and unusual interview of various applicants for the town council seat. And I should, at this point, just read out what the process is for everybody, because it's quite different than our ordinary process. And basically, the first thing that's going to happen is the applicants hopefully are arriving or have arrived. I can see one more outside. But the names of the applicants will be put into this red can here next to Garrett. And we will draw them out one by one. And that will be the order in which they will be interviewed. So that way it's random. As a courtesy to the other applicants, the council will request that all applicants wait in the lobby. I mean, they don't have to, but it might be a nice thing to do. Or it could be on the deck or the kitchen outside, because it might be kind of a good, nice courtesy to do when any one applicant is making his or her presentation. Each applicant will have 10 minutes, both to make the presentation and to answer any questions from the council. Okay. The applicants have been given the following 3 questions to cover in whatever level of detail they want to in their presentation. The first one is cite 3 top goals for the council and your reasons for considering them a high priority. The next one is what program or budget areas would you advocate to be increased, and how would you fund these increases? Presumably you could advocate for decreasing something, but that rarely happens. Please give us more detail on what your vision is for the town of Fairfax, is the third question. These questions are meant to provide some basis by which the council can compare the presentations. The staff will set a timer for 10 minutes, and the presenters will be informed when 1 minute remains. And I might add that maybe we should give a 5-minute mark or a 6-minute mark, just so that, you know, if you're running on and on, you get to the 9-minute mark and you say, oh wait, here's time for questions. You know, that's probably going to kind of be a problem. So at 6 minutes, okay, so you'll get a 6-minute warning and then the 1-minute warning at the end, and hopefully we're in questions at that point. No additional time will be permitted beyond the 10 minutes. After all of the presentations are completed, all applicants will be invited back in to the public meeting room, and the council will have the first step in deliberations. After that point, then it's going to be public comment time. Okay? After the public comment, the first step will be the council will create a list of finalists, because for each council member here, we're going to select number 1 and number 2, the top 2 applicants. The staff will create a list of the finalists based on that council vote. At that point, one by one, in alphabetical order by last name, so we're getting away from the random list, the finalists will then be interviewed by the council. Once again, the council will ask that all the finalists leave the meeting room and return to the lobby while any one finalist is being interviewed. The council will ask questions of each of the finalists. The finalists will have 5 minutes to answer questions if more than 3 finalists are selected. If 3 or fewer finalists are selected, then each finalist will have 10 minutes to answer questions. When all the interviews have been completed, all finalists will be invited back into the meeting room to hear the final step in the deliberations. And each council member will then rank his or her choices, with rank 1 earning 3 points, rank 2 earning 2 points, and rank 3 earning 1 point. Staff will then tally those points and report the results to the council. At that point, the council will, by motion, make their decision tonight or defer it to the January 3rd, and we don't know. Yeah, sorry, April 3rd. And our earlier motion was we did our first reading. We have an ordinance to deliberate further, have a second reading and vote on the April 3rd meeting. So I think this is wrong. We're going to defer this appointment.
Yeah, you should, with the ordinance pending, if you want to select a finalist or 2 or 3, however many finalists tonight, you can, but you should not make a motion to appoint that person until after the ordinance goes into effect, if it goes into effect.
Because otherwise it won't affect that appointment.
Correct.
Yeah.
You can still do your ranking, though. You can still do your ranking and defer your decision, the appointment, until April 3rd.
Okay. So
Do we vote to select a finalist, or do we not? Are we?
You
being
can
advised
select a
not to
finalist.
vote?
What you should not do is don't pass a motion appointing someone to the office.
So that not so quick set of steps is the process that we'll follow here. So I guess winding back to the first thing, now we have, are all the applicants here? I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? 7, okay, great. So if, I mean, we already know the names, right? So have you got the names in the can already? Okay, so now we're gonna figure out who's first.
There you go.
Number 3, Renee Goddard. Number 4, Mirza Khan. Number 5, Barbara Kohler. Number 6, Bernard Del Santo. Number 7, Peter Lax.
And for the, so are we taking a full, I mean, we can take less than, I mean, I'm realizing these people are, we're like asking people to just sit for an hour in the kitchen. Can we assume that we'll stay on a schedule of 10 minutes so that if somebody comes back in 40 minutes, they're safe, they're going to be in a good shape? And number 1, and number 2, can we make it really clear that all the public comment will happen after everybody has been interviewed, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
I imagine that somebody could take less than 10 minutes. Probably not.
Okay.
I'd come back a little early.
Thank you, applicants.
Thank you very much, and talk to you soon. So, first up is Chris Lang. Are you ready?
I was hoping to get a copy of the questions printed out, but I didn't have time to Anyone got a copy of those?
There,
Yeah,
I
it's
think
coming
Michelle's
at you.
got copies that are right there.
So once again, for the benefit of anybody who just arrived and for you, you have 10 minutes. Included in that 10 minutes is questions from the council. And you have the 3 questions there to outline.
How long would you like me to spend on these 3 questions?
I guess that's your choice.
Okay. Okay, town councilors, staff, and fellow citizens, I'm Christopher Lang from Canyon Road in Fairfax. I've lived here approximately since 1972. First started volunteering for the town in the late 70s on the Park and Recreation Commission. Got drafted immediately to work on the Fairfax Festival, #2. Been working on that for 32 years now as a volunteer. Then in the 80s, we made a group called the Fairfax Guardian Group, which was determined to get a better setback in creeks, reduce fire hazards, and stop people from out of town building stilt houses and houses that filled lots. So the net result of that was the Hillside Residential Development Permit Ordinance, which is fairly rigorous, used to be the strictest in the county. And then I started the Bike Coalition and the mountain bike race at Tam Rancho in the 90s, served on the Planning Commission 5.5 years, Tree Committee 7 years, served in Ross Valley School District, PTA, and a bunch of other things, a couple of other committees for the town, etc. So the first question is 3 top goals for the council and my reasons for considering them high priority. I think what it boils down to, and I have the same feeling about the state Congress as well as the federal Congress, is that despite the job description that was given to me saying that the town council needs to give people what they want and need, I think what the people that I talk to, my constituents, want a different kind of budget. They're confused. They can't understand how Fairfax can afford 7 shiny police cars, race cars, and we don't have enough money for a ball field bathroom. That is a basic community question. And there's a lot of disenfranchised people out there who are not happy with the town because of that kind of budget. I know Councilman Weinsoff has said that we've shrunk staff, we've worked with the recession, and I applaud the council for that, and I applaud staff. I have no problem with that. But I think the top goal for the council should be a budget that is more transparent. It's hard to tell exactly how much money, for instance, the police department gets. You know, why don't we have enough money to fix up downtown or fix the ball field bathroom? It seems like the money should be there, and that's what people are questioning, and that's what people are doubting the town government. And this is hard for me to say because it's not easy for me to say these things, but this is what people are telling me. And so I have a sort of overblown reputation as a controversial character, but these are not my ideas. This is what people are talking to me about. Everywhere I go, people say, "Are you going to get on the council, Chris? Come on, get in there." It's like, dude, I have no control over this. I'm just going to do the best job I possibly can. We worked on the Brew Fest for the Chamber of Commerce. It's my 14th year we're managing that event. We had 1,200 people there and not one single incident. So we're really proud of our track record in putting on those kind of events. I've put on the Fairfax Fire Tower Festival. I've worked on the Fairfax Festival, the bike races at Tam Rancho. So the second goal for the council is how staff treats the community's relationship with people who are paid for by our tax dollars. And that means the fire department, police department, public works, and planning department. And here I go again. The people complain to me. They complain a lot about how they're treated by planning staff, how about the fire department regulations are too strict, how the police are doing selective enforcement, and public works can't patch potholes. I don't like saying these things. I'm sorry to bring it up, but this is what the community is telling me. And I would like to help. I would like to be appointed to the town council. I think that with consensus and communication, we can make things better. And I have a huge vested interest in Fairfax. I've got a couple houses here. I'm not going anywhere. My kids are born and raised here. I just feel like the third goal, the top goal for the town council, and the reason I consider it a high priority is, over the years, I've been proud of Fairfax leading the way in terms of our alternative food, our bicycle-friendly activities, which I've been promoting all this time, and our nightlife, music. Fairfax has a lot going for it, but our downtown is really funky. You sit in the window of the Sleeping Lady and look out, and there is a concrete sidewalk, a car parked, an asphalt lane, another asphalt lane, an asphalt lane, a car parked, a concrete wall, a car parked, asphalt, another car parked, another sidewalk, another car parked, Sir Francis Drake, another car parked on the concrete sidewalk. That is what you see. I'm not exaggerating. This is the actual truth. And for me, I'm different than most people. I see downtown Fairfax, and I see a new, revitalized, invigorated Fairfax that we can be proud of, that's not funky and run down. The picture springs whole in my mind. I can see it in my mind's eye, just how I want it to be. And then I just work to try to make those little details come true, those little infrastructure things, those little improvements, especially the bicycle pedestrian master plan that we work so hard on. And it's really important. Because outsiders think Fairfax is bike friendly, but the people that ride here every day know it's not quite that good. And we can do better. And I believe that Fairfax should be the leader in Marin County, just like we are with our hillside residential development permit, the strictest building standard in the county, our tree ordinance, the strictest one in the county, our alternative foods, our music, our bike stuff. Fairfax rocks. But we've got some work to do, and I'm willing to put my nose to the grindstone and work. And even if I can't get a consensus on something, at least I can communicate and we can talk about things. And I think that my viewpoint, that of dissent, different viewpoint, is important. And it shouldn't just be, like I said last time, try to make it apolitical. Pick the best candidate, not just a crony. Okay, so what program budget areas would advocate be increased, and how would you fund these increases? Yeah, Public Works. I would advocate that Public Works budget be increased, which turns out to be crosswalks, street trees, bike racks, all the good things, the groovy things that we want for downtown Fairfax. And I believe, frankly, I'm not Mr. Popular, I know, but the money can come out of the police department budget. That's why I'm so set on this, because I've studied the budget. I've been coming to council meetings for 20 some odd years. I feel like I'm up to speed on the council's business. I'm up to speed on the budget and the business of the town of Fairfax. Head of the Chamber of Commerce, the flood, I've been there, done that, and I think it's time that, for me to serve at the next level up, which is the town council. I don't want to be typecast as the bike guy my whole life, please. I have other interests. I was on the Planning Commission, Park and Rec, Fairfax Festival. There's other things in life. More detail on my vision for the town. Well, that was kind of it. My vision for the town of Fairfax is, it doesn't have to be as fancy and nice as downtown San Anselmo, downtown Larkspur, or any of those places. It doesn't have to be like them. I don't want it to be like them. But I do want it properly maintained and taken care of. When I was at a Chamber of Commerce, we figured out for $2 a square foot, we could redo the sidewalks down here. Grind the high spots, fill the low spots, and put an epoxy cover on them. Just a cosmetic improvement. And I think those things are really important. We're trying to get people to feel comfortable in Fairfax, especially people that want to spend their money in our little stores. It's very, very difficult to be a merchant in downtown Fairfax. Got a lot of strikes against you. And I know you all care about this, and I care very much also. And so I think we really need to focus on that. And there's a direct vested interest the town council and the town government have in the financial health of downtown Fairfax, because the town government gets sales tax revenue. So it's really important that we keep on, we're on a roll here. The Good Earth is our new anchor tenant for the town, no longer the theater. And then we've got, as Renee was saying, it's so busy Saturday. All the bike riders are coming, parking rides, I call them. Well, I don't look up to them, and I don't say I look down on them, but that's why I live here. I don't have to park. I can just ride. The point being that Fairfax is now popular enough as a destination, something we've been working for 20 years, to try to siphon off some of the beach traffic, to get people to actually stop here, just to go to the gas station, anything. We've been desperate. There have been tough times in the past, and now times are good. Very few vacancies. People are swarming in here. Now we have to manage what we've got. It's getting crowded and congested. So I think that one of the ways we wanted to increase patronage for the downtown businesses, we can't increase car parking, so we increased bike parking. And that was one of the goals of getting people to ride their bikes, was so they'll shop in Fairfax and support the local village. I think that's really important. So we're almost ready for parking meters and stuff like that. If people want to park here, they should pay for the privilege. Just like the people at Tamarancho, they pay to play. So I'm really pleased and honored to be considered for this, because I think that I'm worthy. I've worked really hard to turn my life around, and I'm pleased that where I stand right now, I'm in a good space, and I'm ready, willing, and able to serve. Questions?
Yeah, you've left us 15 seconds.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. I know, chatty Cathy, I know.
Does anybody have a quick? Okay.
I didn't realize it was quite
So if you're going to
tight.
cut the police budget,
Well, no, I'm not going to, I
that's-
couldn't cut anything unilaterally. I would suggest that if there were any extra funds available, it's incumbent upon the town council to look at staffing levels. It's really, I think, inappropriate to have 3 officers on duty on a weekday or even a weeknight, frankly. So I think there's a way we can economize. I wouldn't say unilaterally cut back the police department. We'd have to analyze it and reach consensus, communicate with the community, make sure everyone's on the same page. But yes, I believe so.
okay. Well, I have to cut you off there. But thank you.
Hey, while we get the next guy up here, maybe Troy can fix John's microphone. No?
You know, we may be able to lower the volume overall.
Troy, do you know what the right?
Is this any better? A little bit better?
Is this good? Does this sound better out there?
As long as it's not an unfair advantage, I don't want it.
Don't we have a dance prerequisite?
Yeah. So let's just check that microphone and see if.
Check.
Oh, good. Okay. So this is Bill Metz. I think if people want to, I mean, it's obviously their choice, but it's fair. I think it's a even playing field for all the candidates. I mean, you can look at it on the internet when you're home, but I think it would be unfair a little bit. But we can't make any rules about it. I mean, they get to choose.
Yeah, I think the concept is the candidates, even once they completed, would then leave while the other candidates were speaking, but you can't make them. It's just a courtesy, that's all.
Yeah. Well, yes. Okay, Bill Madsen.
Good evening. You know, I was involved in politics in the town before, and I dropped out. I was done. I finished. I wasn't coming back, and there's only one reason I'm here tonight, and that's because 3 months ago or 4 months ago there was a flyer about the town center element that went around town, and when I saw that, I got really excited, and it was the most excited I'd been about the town in a long time, and I thought, you know, good for you guys. Good for you guys. I thought that, you know, they're going forward with it. Amazing. That's great. And I was going to come down here and give you all my endorsement. I was really, really happy. And then I found out that, you know, it was just a feint by somebody or something. And I was very disappointed. And I said to myself, well, you know what, I'm going to run. I'm going to run in November. But, you know, my chances aren't very good. But I was just going to talk up the town center element because 8 years ago, when they were first conducting the workshops and the charrettes, it was for the housing element, the general plan, several of the elements, and the town center element, and it was very divisive, and nobody could agree on anything. Everybody was contrarian, except the town center element came out with universal support. It was really amazing. Everybody that walked out of there said, "This is really special. This could really, you know, be such an improvement and a boon for the town." It was really, everybody got, you know, goose pimples, and everybody was very excited about it. And then You know, there was an ad hoc committee. I was on an ad hoc committee. I think you were on that with Matt from the Circle Center. And then the Chamber of Commerce was getting on board. Of course, the Planning Commission had, unanimous support, and the GPAC, obviously. And it hadn't quite coalesced, and it got brought before the council because there was all this excitement. And unfortunately, it met with a lot of resistance, some very strong resistance, and it got shot down and kind of killed. But I think if it had more time to coalesce and get the support behind it, they could have at least, it wouldn't have been so one-sided with the resistance, and we might have been able to push it forward a little bit and explore it more, because, and I know you guys did, you closed down the street that one night and you had a kind of a party. Was that a farmer's market? Anyway, but I was thinking,
Streets for people.
It was a great idea, and it was a chance to test it, and I'd like to see that some more. So here's the pitch. Here's why I'm here, is I think a lot of the resistance came from people that supported me when I ran for council. And let me be the firewall. If somebody's going to take a political hit, I'm willing to reach out to those people. I can't guarantee that, I'm not going to promise that I won't seek re-election or election if you selected me, but I can just about guarantee I won't win. So I think I could play, intermediary. I could help you on that side, I think, more than any of the other candidates tonight. So, if you want to see, I feel like, I shouldn't say I know David was behind it in the beginning. I know you wrote it. I'm sure Pam's behind it. Larry plays things pretty close to the chest, but I'd give him 85% on it. This is the council to do it. It could be your legacy. This is the time to do it. You have the right makeup on the council. You have, John especially, what it was like back then 8 years ago. When people were talking about it, it was really thrilling. So that's the only reason I'm here. I'm not talking about, my other ideas for Fairfax. I know financially it would be hard, and 6 minutes. Oh, I got plenty of time. I'm going to slow down. So I had some other things I wanted to say about the town center element. Or maybe I didn't. So, and if you don't select me, I'd throw my weight behind Renee Goddard. So I think she's a really, really solid person. Anyway, that's it. Questions?
Sir. Okay, well, one thing I'd like to clarify about the downtown center plan.
Mm-hmm.
Are you aware that we pulled that section out because there seemed to be, we had a time deadline to pass the general plan. And so rather than revisit that and deal with what needed to happen and to give that a fair hearing, because it had been 5 years since the public process, we put that, we changed the nature of that past the rest of the plan and said, we're going to keep on talking about this downtown center plan, which is, definitely that. And I welcome your thing. I guess that's not really a question. It sounds like you weren't completely aware of that.
No,
process.
I wasn't. No.
Okay.
I've been out of it for a little bit, as you know.
Well, that's fine.
But
there are questions from other council members?
To say that you're talking about it, I think you need to be pushing it more. That's really, the makeup of the council could change. This is the makeup right here to make it happen. I know it's not going to be easy. I know that there's a lot of resistance out there, but there's enough support. You could,
Yeah. Well, I think the devil's in the details. And how open would you be to hearing all the different details and weighing out some win-win situation there for the downtown?
Put me in. I'll go to all the meetings. I'll front it. I'll do whatever it takes. It needs a push, though.
Question?
I have my one, and I think we've got 3 minutes. My one question I'm asking people is, is about, you talked about your vision for Fairfax a little bit, and obviously it's very town center oriented, and I guess the question at this point is, tell me a little bit more about how you make that vision a reality. Like how do you jump the hurdles? What have you done on it so far, and what are your thoughts on turning visions into reality?
All right. Well, when I was on the Planning Commission, we did, we wrote the FAR, and I was on the Planning Commission for 7 years. I was on the Board of Directors, Chamber of Commerce for 4 years. I think, you start doing things like the farmers market. You combine the farmers market with the town, with closing down Bolinas. You do that twice a month. There's going to be a backlash, but you let them see. You let them see how it'll work. You start it slow. You figure out how to deal with the traffic problem, because the traffic is one of the big resistance points, the choke points. And obviously, well, right now, another thing is Fairfax Gas is closed, and to do that push through, that was one of the things that wasn't in place at the time, because it was still open and operating then. So you start closing it down every once in a while. You've done it once, you need to do it more, and then you let the support build from the public, because people are going to see it. It's like when they put the farmers market at Bolinas Park. Everybody loved it. I mean, it just burgeoned into something huge, right? Because it was the right location. It was right, and I think this is right too. And I think if you give it a chance, it could go. I know you just can't be afraid to face the initial resistance. All right, thank you.
So next up we have Renee. Can somebody let her know?
Good evening, everyone. Can I just say I've never liked this speaker?
Step back.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay, thanks.
That's
So
great.
I'm Renee Goddard, and I reside at 294 Cascade Drive for the past 18 years. And I thought I would start, given this freedom of making a presentation, where I left off last night, which is I coordinated an event for the Environmental Forum of Marin, of which I graduated from 2 days prior. And the event was on waste, and it was on zero waste, which, as we know, Fairfax has declared that we will reach the goal of zero waste by 2020, which is, a very progressive and bold statement. And we're on our way. But the last week I spent in the world of zero waste at an international zero waste conference, which has been hosted here. And I learned a lot of things. And one of the main things I learned is that, and this is going to segue into what I believe should be one of the top goals of the town council. What I learned is that waste, which is what we have taken on hook, line, and sinker here, is really at the center, at the core of what we're dealing in facing the climate crisis that we are up against. It is right at the dead center, at the epicenter, and it is an issue that each one of us as citizens can actually do something about. So I'm going to start by sharing that I believe one of the primary goals of this council and of this city should be in actually making the climate action plan happen. So it needs to exist, and the General Plan Implementation Committee, I know, is working on it, which is a great thing. But in my workings with Sustainable Marin, I know that Bob Brown, who's the former community outreach coordinator for San Rafael, is going around to each council and making sure that not only is the climate action plan in place, but that it's actually being carried out. There are fantastic ways to do this, right? Within our own community, we have the people who started Resilient Neighborhoods. They are ready, they're poised to mentor us and to lead us on the way to actually creating resilient neighborhoods within a resilient community, making the right choices in terms of creating energy efficient houses, and meeting our neighbors and creating emergency networks, knowing what we do when the big siren goes off, which the town spent a lot of money to put in, and basically creating the kind of community that we love to be in. Another goal that I've thought a lot about is around the issues related to transit-oriented development. So we live in not such a unique environment for Marin County, in that people live way up in the hills, and people need to travel in order to be, end up in the center of town. But we don't have a transportation system that is suited to actually moving people around, and a lot of people live very isolated because of this. Getting in and out of Fairfax is also an issue, and actually being in Fairfax without any kind of a real way of moving people from place to place, without sidewalks, being able to support strollers and bicycles and everything that needs to move, maybe walkers, up and down the sidewalk. We need to start looking at the infrastructure and the way that we continue to design our city to meet the needs of a growing population, and talk about how we're going to share the usage of our spaces and of our transportation infrastructure. The things that I've been most excited and involved in over time are bike and pedestrian rights of way and access, and I have spent a lot of my life on my bike, and I know where the potholes are, and I know where the asphalt is pulled up on the kids who are traveling to Manor, and I often end up going to Public Works to ask respectfully that they fill that in so that we actually can get all the kids safely to school. So the next piece, and I really need to have some water. Sorry. The next place that I think that we need to prioritize as goals for the town council is in developing and prioritizing the needs of our youth. So we have a fantastic program called Focus. I teach for Focus, and I work with little guys and their parents, and I do an interactive music program that's been fantastically fun. I have to say, it's the best part of my week. And I then look to my 11-year-old and 14-year-old and realize that there's not really anything for them. There's not really a space that draws them. There's not really a space that they feel is their own. And they deserve some services. So I've thought a lot about that. I spend a lot of time in the schools. I know these children. I think I know what they think is cool, although my daughter doesn't think I know what she thinks is cool. But I see myself as a representative to that world there, that I can bike in and out of. And I spend a lot of time with those kids, and I really don't think that their needs are being met. And I have lots of ideas how we might start to meet them, partner with them. So I'm going to go on because I did prepare to talk about program and budget direction of funds and where we can move things and where I think they're most necessary. So as I said, 2 minutes. Uh-oh. As I said, I spent a lot of time when I'd be biking around, kind of finding my way back to Public Works and talking to the director, saying, hey, you know, there's a project that's been funded for 8 years. Can we please get it going? I went through 4 generations of Public Works directors, and each one we were almost there. So I am really, really committed to the idea that we do need a Public Works director. We need someone because Tom and Rudy, they just can't do everything, even though they're absolutely magnificent. I think we need to fund our maintenance people. I come in here on Monday morning and Cedric just can't clean up fast enough. So I mop the floors before I teach my class. We need to put some love into our staff. Our staff don't have the support they need. Youth Commission. We could put some money toward the Youth Commission. We could actually have the teen programs run by Focus, and Focus could expand into something so that it wasn't one town council person every Friday trudging out to buy pizza and things like that, because I don't think that was, not that pizza's bad with youth, but it could have been done more effectively. I'm going to read you my vision because I wrote it for the application and I kind of like it. So what is your vision for the town of Fairfax? Excuse me. I envision a town where people want to participate and join commissions and choose to volunteer because they feel their ideas are valued and will be respectfully considered. A place where people step up for what they want versus believing and fighting against what they don't want. Kudos to the present council who have created a comfortable and welcoming forum. Fairfax has modeled the power of local democratic decision-making as a driver for change, which the County of Marin seems to be scrambling to keep up with. Fairfax is the final destination before the Hill, the gateway to West Marin, and everyone's favorite place to stop for a visit. I envision an expanded local economy, which can afford to provide for the visitors as well as supply the items to meet citizens' basic consumer needs, which now we have to go elsewhere to purchase. I envision as many youth, music, art, multimedia, and sports venues as there are bars, a safe lane for bicyclists and car share programs to enable people to transport themselves without owning 2 cars, which now contributes to car-lined streets, whether parked or in motion. I envision community gardens and programs like Resilient Neighborhoods becoming part of Fairfax Climate Action Plan. And I wanted to finish with one thing. So this is something I learned, and I was going to do it at the beginning so I could break the ice and not be so nervous. Am I done? It's so quick. Yeah? Okay, so I just want you guys to know. So this is what a hearing-impaired young woman taught us at the Zero Waste International Week, which I thought was fantastic, and it's a universal language for what it is that we need to move toward. So how much waste are we for? 0? 0, and this is waste. So how much waste are we for? Come on, David. Okay, this is recycling. Do your ASL, Rs, and we recycle. And landfill, and we bury it. And this is the sweetest one, and she made this up. And this is compost. So I believe that this is at the core of the matter and that we are making a difference. Thank you. Did I use my question time?
Well, thank you, Renee. Renee Goddard. And next up,
Misra.
We have Misra.
Mirza.
Misra.
Mirza.
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 Sorry. It wasn't he.
Good evening. It's wonderful to be here with everyone. My name is Mirza Khan, and I'm a school teacher. I teach at a school just up Butterfield Road, San Domenico School. And we're actually in a similar process to you. We're looking for a new head of school. and I'm part of the group who is reviewing and selecting a candidate. And so I'm aware of what you're going through on the other side of this table, and I appreciate that this is a very important decision for you, and perhaps a very complicated and challenging decision for you. And so my goal tonight is just to present myself with as much honesty and transparency as I can, so that if there is a good fit, you'll know, and if it's not a good fit, you'll know, and you can select someone who would be a better fit. My motivation for applying to serve is really simple. It's that I'm a citizen of Fairfax, and I own a home here, and I plan on living here for the rest of my life. And I have two very small children, and they'll grow up here. And so I really care about the health and happiness of this community right now and in the future, in years and years to come. And that's what inspires me to want to serve the town. As I said, I also work locally, and when I go to work, I ride my bicycle. And when I have some time off on the weekends, I walk with my son in this stroller all over town. Maybe some of you have seen me. I do huge loops all around town. And so I'm really passionate about transportation and making transportation safe and sustainable. And I'm interested in safe routes to school. I'm interested in making Fairfax as walking friendly as possible. I'm interested in hearing all of the different ideas and options around making a walking area, a walking plaza in the downtown. And I'm also very interested in community space and community gatherings, how we gather as a town. I'm interested in the farmers market, very happy to have that back up. And I'm interested in things like the Fairfax Festival and other concerts and gatherings. And I really want those gatherings to be I want them to represent our community, perhaps even more than they do now, and really our ideals. And so I want those events to attract people and money and business to our town, but also to really represent our community and represent our ideals, and not kind of bring rowdy people from out of town, but really be very family friendly. And so I'm interested in working to try to create events and gatherings around town that could be family friendly and also represent us as a town. I think Fairfax is a really special town. We should show that off and really show that we can be a pioneer as a town, a pioneer in politics, in innovation, in sustainability, and have other towns look to us. Maybe I'll tell you some of the things that I don't have to offer. I'm new to city government. This is my first time applying for a position like this, and so I don't have experience in that regard. And I also don't have a political agenda of any kind. So I don't have a budget item that I want increased, or a budget item that I want decreased. I don't have a particular thing that I want passed in the city council. I don't have an organization that I want to promote. I'm really just open to the process and to the community. And so what I do have is an interest and an ability to listen and to learn from you, and also from everyone in Fairfax, or just a desire to hear what everyone's ideas and concerns are, and to take them very seriously. And so if I were selected, that's what I would be interested in doing. It's listening, learning, and then also discussing and debating, perhaps, with an open mind, without any preconceived judgments about the outcome, but just participating in the process. And then, of course, carrying out the vision, not my own vision, but the vision of the team, the vision of the council, and the vision of the whole community. And that's where I have experience, and that's where I have ability and qualifications in listening, in discussing, in collaborating, and in forming a consensus and making it happen. And if these are things that are a good fit, I'm very happy to be selected. And if you're looking for another fit, I'm happy if you select them. And perhaps I can end here and use my remaining time for questions, if there's any questions.
Mirza, it's nice to meet you.
Thank you.
You know, I'm listening to the candidates. One of the things I'm finding interesting is just we're learning a lot of history and a lot of different points of view tonight. And some of the, I'm tempted to sort of interject to some of the comments. Well, we're doing that, or you know, this is already happening. But I just wanted to find out, just you know, what are you teaching at San Domenico? How long have you been there? That just kind of background.
Thank you for that question. I teach religious studies. I teach comparative religion, and I also work in the campus ministry there, putting on prayer services, and Earth Day celebration is one that we have coming up, and all sorts of events like that. And then I serve on a number of different committees on the school as well.
And have you served on any committees or anything like that here in Fairfax, in the town of Fairfax?
No, I have not.
Because just the vision and everything you're expressing, you know, it just seems so consistent with what a lot of the committees are doing. And it's just, I mean, I'm so glad you came in, really, because it's just, we meet people like this, and however this part of the process turns out, you know, it's very good just to see you come in and tell us, and, you know, sort of communicate how it is living here, and sort of your vision. I really appreciate it. So
thank you so much.
Thanks.
The question I'm asking is, how do you take a vision and turn it into reality?
Yeah,
good question.
This is a good question. Well, the way that I do so in my own work is through communication. It's through working with people and learning, doing research, and communication both ways. So taking in information, research, also just listening to various viewpoints, especially when there's you know, an issue where there's some kind of divisiveness, or there's a number of different perspectives, to really take into account all perspectives, and especially the ones that you don't immediately agree with, but to really make sure everyone is very heard in the process, and then to find the best people to work with. So to find who can do what, and to help them and encourage them to do their best. And so my I guess the skills that I possess have to do with relationships, have to do with talking with people, communicating, collaborating. Thank you.
Well, those are great skills. I mean, I think that what my colleague Larry here was kind of dancing around is don't go away. You know?
Well, thank you.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's really what Fairfax really needs is to, you know, have a bunch of communication, really. And we may not all agree all the time, and that's probably a good thing. And I just used up your 10 minutes, but really communication with each other is the start from where everything grows from. So
I agree.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. Take care.
So Next up, we have Barbara Kohler.
Do we need to wait for Garrett?
He's there.
Oh. Shall I start?
Sure. Welcome, Barbara.
Thank you. My 3 top goals for the council are money, implementing the general plan, and maintaining and enhancing Fairfax's environmental sustainability ethics. Addressing our revenue challenges means that we need to live within our budgetary constraints for the town and provide basic services for all Fairfaxians. We need to seek opportunities to attract new businesses that complement our existing businesses that won't change the character of our town. We need to not continue to overburden our residents and businesses by additional taxes and fees. So I'd like to suggest that we start looking for new sources of grant revenue to start moving forward to augment our existing revenue. And with my prior successful grant writing experience and knowledge of grants, I think I could help direct town staff to look for those new avenues of grant revenue. We need to implement our general plan, but we need to do so in such a way that protects our small town quality of life. We have to preserve the uniqueness of our town, our open space, our small town qualities, while protecting our existing affordable housing and also implementing hazard mitigation projects in that plan. The general plan does strike the balance, ensuring that we maintain the town we love, but we have to do so with full transparency and meaningful public involvement. And that means true public involvement before we start embarking on these elements in zoning changes. We need to maintain and enhance our environmental sustainability ethics through acquiring and preserving open space, providing biking and pedestrian trails and maintaining those, and offering other low carbon footprint modes of travel, adopting a climate change plan, and promoting zero waste by living our motto, which is reduce, recycle, and reuse. The program budget areas that I would increase would be public works, housing, and environmental sustainability capital projects. Public works, we have an aging infrastructure like all cities and towns. We have hazard mitigation projects that need to be implemented. We need to hire a full-time public works director now, and we need to have a town engineer. So I would advocate that we recruit for a civil engineer registered in the state of California that has public works experience. So we get 2 for the price of 1. And a civil engineer as opposed to other engineering disciplines because they have much broader authority to oversee and sign off on any kinds of public works projects. We can get the funding a couple of ways. I've seen in the budget, I believe we have about $50,000 for public works expertise. I think we could utilize that. We could look to salary savings by approaching town staff, seeing if anybody potentially wants to retire, work half-time on a contract, or seeing if some existing town staff would like to reduce their work time. We can also get some savings because any new employees would be on the lower tier retirement program. We may need to augment with our Measure D funds, but this is critical for our town, so I'd like to see us move forward there. For housing, we need to increase our housing opportunities in our town to address the needs of our workforce, attract new residents, and to keep our seniors in Fairfax by providing housing stock that is affordable. And most importantly, we also need to prevent against gentrification, which we've seen in almost all towns in Marin. So I think to protect the unique qualities of our town and protect against gentrification, increasing our housing units that are affordable to most of us would be a good way to go. Our housing element of the general plan, I think, again, strikes this balance. Modest ways to increase our housing stock that doesn't change the character of our town, but unfortunately it relies on everything falling into place, which is unrealistic. And additionally, it hasn't been approved. Maybe that's not a big deal for some of us, but I'd like to see us hire some outside expertise that has a direct line to HCD that can help us make some modest changes, staying within the character of our town, so we can move forward. And I think we can get the funds. I've seen in the budget there's some funding for lobbying that might be an appropriate use of those funds. Again, we may need to augment with Measure D funds. For environmental sustainability, I have kind of 3 prongs of capital projects I'd like to see. Zero waste projects. There's a number of grant funding opportunities through Cal Recycles that I don't believe we're taking advantage on that would really fit our needs. So I think we need to look to these. I'd like to also see us push our existing contractor to increase our ability to recycle and compost, similar to what I see in San Francisco. Every day, I've heard there's more contamination in San Francisco with the waste. I would expect that with a population that's more than 10-fold ours. So let's push them. Let's do more public outreach, more workshops on how to reduce what's been termed, not a great term, the ick factor of composting. Let's get people to learn how to do it so we're not attracting insects and smells. Can we offer green waste to people like me who don't have a yard? And I think our existing contractors should be able to do that without additional cost. Okay, let's look at accessibility. Can we get an electronic vehicle shuttle to shuttle people around town? Bay Area Air District has funding for a shuttle bus grant program that we may be able to access. But additionally, even if we can't do that, let's increase our EV charging stations in town, and the Air District has grant funds that can be readily available for that. Open space acquisitions, let's move forward with the California Coastal Conservancy and get some grant money so we can get some big projects. Looks like the Wall property, a jewel of our town, is maybe open. So we need significant funds for that. My vision for Fairfax is the town of Fairfax celebrates the diverse values and perspectives of all Fairfaxians, strives for and attains economic vitality while preserving our small town character. We are a leader on progressive politics for the state and the nation. And we will achieve environmental sustainability through preserving our open space, being a leader on climate change, promoting and providing alternatives to vehicular travel, and ensuring all residents of Fairfax are encouraged and provided the means to reduce, recycle, and reuse to achieve zero waste. Thank you.
I've been asking my question. How do we take these lovely ideals and turn them into reality?
Well, I think I pointed out a few ideals, but a lot of that revolve around, I think we really need to look to ways to increase our revenue stream, and I think there are a number of grants out there that we need to really work towards, find them, get them. Some of them are pretty easy once you've developed the relationships. So that's one way. But I think overall, I think something I mentioned was you guys have done an amazing job of being transparent and having public participation, but we can always do better. So I think the goal in moving forward and implementing our general plan is, and achieving these new objectives with these hazard mitigation projects, is really having true, meaningful public involvement.
Do you have some ideas on some grants are fabulous, replace a little bridge here or there, those are dedicated, but I think some of us are a little scarred from the time that we got a grant to do some bike striping down down Sir Francis Drake, and it wiped out parking for this entire neighborhood, which caused them there was no way around it. Bike safety was paramount. So we've become sort of really grants part of the equation. Any ideas what we've struggled with, downtown revitalization from an economic perspective?
Well, I think in David, I'm not sure. You're asking me any ideas about maneuvering the ways of grants so you don't get in a box?
Outside of the
Economic vitality? Well, I think one of the things Fairfax has done pretty effectively is really attract a lot of small town kind of businesses, and you know, that kind of represent the quality of our town. I think we need to continue to do that. One of the ideas Councilmember Bragman had was to have a little more parklets. And some of us on the Planning Commission worked with some members of the Chamber of Commerce to try to make that a reality. So I think some of these small ideas can really revitalize, but I'll tell you, Friday and Saturdays, our town's hopping, so I think we're doing pretty well.
The challenge is that under our current phenomenal model that we all cherish and are working very hard not to change as the world changes around us, is I think economically there's a bit of a stranglehold on it. If we could figure out how to unleash that, that would be fabulous for the business owners and of course for the tax revenue. But in the absence of that, in the absence of, you know, we had hoped through the Terrapin Crossroads that perhaps we would find some revenue. But outside of these manna from heaven sort of solutions, we're kind of in this economic brigadoon that we love so well, don't want to change. But I'm always looking for folks who can say, have you thought about this? Have you thought about that?
Well, I'll tell you, I really don't have a direct answer for you, but I can tell you that I've worked for years in the state of California creating programs to bring back economic revitalization through reusing contaminated properties across the state. So I don't have an answer for you today. I would love to work with you and others on the council to start really crafting ideas as I knew more about how the council works and more about our town. So we might be able to really kind of crack that nut.
Great. Well, thank you very much.
Thank
for
you.
your 10 minutes. And next up is Bernard Del Santo. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Bernard Del Santo. I live at Maple Avenue in Fairfax. I'm glad to be here tonight. And to start off, I would just say that I've got a lot of interest in council affairs. I've been involved in public service for many years. And I feel that the town of Fairfax, very frankly, has been doing an amazing job. I would like to be a part of that job in what I feel is a community-oriented town. I feel that by involving myself in the volunteer portion of the council is something that I've been wanting to do for quite some time. Just have not done it, and I feel now's the time for me to get involved, and I'd like very much to get involved. Rather than me keep talking, if the council has questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them. I'm assuming there were 3 questions that the mayor had proposed. I was talking and forgot them, so if you would.
I can read the very first one. It's right here. Cite that your top 3 goals for the council and your reasons for considering them a high priority.
My goals for the town, very frankly, are to maintain the current level of service provided by the town in all aspects: street department, fire department, police department, administration, because I feel that's what makes this town a unique place to live, work, and be a part of. I think that by doing the same things that are providing the same services that are being provided now is a very important, critical area to address. Don't need to have changes. There doesn't need to be any changes. However, in light of fiscal constraints, there's issues that have to be addressed, and this council has done that in two aspects. One is consolidation of the fire service with Ross, which I think was a very cost-saving aspect. Also, the fact that the police department is involved in a consolidation with dispatch services with the town of Ross, which is another aspect that is cost savings. You're not going to be able to cut services to save money, in my opinion. You cut services, you lose. The town has been able to provide these services for quite a while, and they're enhancing them by these consolidation efforts. I would have some other ideas that would possibly help as far as consolidation, and that's with Public Works. Also, maintaining the vehicles in the town. I was an advocate of keeping the maintenance within the town when I worked in the town next door. There are services that can be provided by businesses in this town for maintenance. It may not be cheaper than it would be to go outside, but you're keeping it in, and you're keeping the town afloat by doing these services. Other than that, it's going to be tough. Money's just not there, but it can happen. It can happen.
Quick one. Hey, Bernie.
David.
You know, you and I share a long-standing desire to see consolidation of services, but I think I've come to the opinion that we've probably gone about as far as we can go. The one thing I have learned is that consolidation, like a marriage, it always helps when both parties kind of love each other. And the one with the police department next door, there seemed to be a little acrimony before we even started on our way down the altar. So
I will not comment on that.
So I'd be fascinated, actually, if you could expand a little bit for our education on, you know, you mentioned maybe Public Works from your experience and knowing the mindset of the folks next door. Where do you think that can go?
You know, and I've been out of it for 13 years, so I don't know exactly how the town next door works in their. I know basically how Fairfax works, and the employees that you have in the Public Works Department, in my opinion, again, are doing a fantastic job. They're doing, shall I say, a lot of volunteering because they have a feeling for Fairfax. I see them all the time. I'm in Fairfax every day of the week. I go to lunch here. I see what's going on, and they're out there. They're out there working. If the town next door saw fit to put a consolidated effort together, there could be some real good working relationships, and there could be some savings as far as equipment's concerned. Maintenance is a big thing with me because maintenance is expensive. Equipment maintenance is very expensive. However, it's going to cost you the same to go to the county of Marin as it would be to go to a business here in Fairfax. At least with the business here in Fairfax, you're giving back to the business and the community, and the businesses are giving back by sales tax, by a multitude of different things, property taxes and everything. And it's an easy, workable solution. It can be done. It's not far-fetched or hard. The fire consolidation project was harder because it was a bigger department, more issues to deal with, but planting flowers and cleaning the streets is pretty straightforward. And I would think that would be a critical area, public works. That's an area that's easily attainable, where you don't have issues like firefighters have certain issues that they have to deal with, paramedics, on and on. Police department has the same issues, you know, backups, and just a multitude of things where you don't have that with the street department. And that, you may not save a lot, but you save something, and you may provide a little better service. Not saying that they're not providing a good service, but you can always, anybody can always do better. No doubt about that.
If you had a particular vision for the future of Fairfax, what would that be and how would you get it done?
Do I have a vision for the town of Fairfax, and how would it get done? My vision for the town of Fairfax, number one, is to maintain its current level of services, to establish a good working relationship with the business community. That's a critical issue. Be open-minded, you know, without making rash judgments about it work or won't work. Listen. Make your decision based on what your feelings are. The town has done an amazing job. Fairfax has a nightlife and a business community that's excellent. And I hate to talk about a neighboring community, but Fairfax is vibrant. They're going. The other community's kind of slow.
Hi, Bernie.
Larry, how are you?
I had the pleasure, man. One of the things we used to have here, the police department, we had a juvenile officer. I don't think we have a juvenile officer here anymore. And I'm just wondering if you have any suggestions about that, and maybe just describe any suggestions or experience you've had.
Absolutely.
As far as using that as a sort of an interface.
Absolutely.
With these kids.
That's been an issue that I've dealt with since I retired. And the juvenile officer, community service officer, whatever title you put on it, is null and void in our neighboring community. Now, I understand they're bringing it back under the new, instead of Twin Cities. But anyway, yes, because of our proximity to Drake High School, we've got a number of schools. Even though Drake isn't in Fairfax, Fairfax students go to Drake. I think a juvenile officer position, maybe because of the number of officers that are here, you can't make it a full-time position, but I would like to see, personally, relationship with the county probation department, with the county Board of Education, and a group of officers go back to the way it was with the Juvenile Officers Association, where the officers get together, they talk about issues in Fairfax, they talk about issues in West Marin, they talk about issues in San Anselmo, and they have a working relationship with the kids. And that is, to me, critical. And it hasn't been for a long time. Years ago when I worked, I had a partner that was our juvenile officer, and we worked closely together. We worked with the schools, and everything seemed to fit. I hate to see young people look at policemen as the bad guy. It's not where it is. That's not where it should be. The policeman should be their friend. And it used to be that way. And I see it and I hear from people that with the department that's here now, that's coming back.
Okay.
That the chief is doing a great job. The officers I see out there, and it doesn't cost anything. A little bit of time, but get the kids to trust the police officers. Get the police officers to spend some time with the kids, and I think that'll end all the problems, if in fact there are any, and there are.
Okay.
Let's face it.
Well, I've got to stop you there, but
thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Yeah, we
Time
got
up?
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, and we have, last but not least, is Peter Lax. And hopefully he'll walk through the door soon. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for your patience, everyone on the council. I know this is a long process for you. I want to just tell a little bit about myself. I've been a resident and homeowner in Fairfax since 1999. Before that, I lived in San Anselmo for approximately 8 years. So I've been a long-time resident in Marin County. As you know, I served on the Planning Commission for 8 years, including being the chair. Also served on the Tree Committee for a couple of years. Other volunteer experience in San Anselmo, I was on the Solid Waste Advisory and Recycling Committee in the early 1990s, advising San Anselmo on meeting state mandated recycling goals. So let me I appreciate focusing some of the questions. I'll try to get through those as quickly as possible. The top three goals for the town council. The first one, it's not very exciting, it's not very sexy, but it's absolutely vital. It's maintaining core town services in light of a very difficult fiscal environment. And I know that that's what takes up the bulk of council's time, staff's time. That's what causes the most lost sleep. And it's extremely vital. Hopefully the economy will turn around a little bit. We're starting to see a little bit of a bump in sales tax, a little bit of bump in property tax. We can't count on that though. And I think that's the most important thing. Police and fire obviously take up the lion's share of the budget, then followed by public works. And those are all very difficult areas to try to keep funded and keep working efficiently. I think there's been some good work though in combining the dispatches with the town of Ross that created some significant savings. I also think though there's value in maintaining a community police force answerable to Fairfax, and I would really like to see that continue while looking for ways to try to make the fire and police forces more efficient. A very important area I think that's very overlooked is disaster preparedness, especially fire danger. I think we've kind of dodged a bullet for about the last 90 years. The last big fire came through here in the, I think it was the 20s or 30s. It burned from Marinwood to Bolinas Ridge. The good news is we've been lucky. The bad news is every year, of course, the fuel load gets bigger and bigger. We're a town of box canyons. I think it's very important to develop disaster plans, evacuation plans, and get them disseminated to people, because I think in numerous neighborhoods, Cascade, Willow, where both neighborhoods where I've lived, Porteous, Upper Scenic, I think it's going to be a matter of life and death getting people out in case of a major fire. And I think that that is something that not just Fairfax, but most communities have really need to look at. I would really like to see downtown revitalized. I think there's a lot of good opportunities there, a lot of good discussion in the general plan. I'd really like to explore the extension of LC Bank, realigning the traffic from Bolinas Road down that. I think that that would pay off a lot of dividends. I think it would increase traffic flow. I think it would take traffic flow off of Dominga, for example. It requires a very careful study, though, of course. It's hard to predict how that would play out, but it could also create a lot more dividends, making downtown much more vibrant and commuter friendly. So that's something that I'd really like to see. I'm glad to see the green building ordinance is moving forward. I'd like to see a robust green ordinance that mandates state-of-the-art green building technologies without trade-offs where you get to, for example, increase your floor area ratio if you use most best building practices. I think we should just demand best building practices, period, in new construction especially. My vision for the town is, I think what everyone here really wants is to maintain our unique quality of life here, the small town quality. We live in one of the most beautiful natural environments in America, really. And one thing that my experience on the Planning Commission has taught me is that maintaining quality of life, it's an aggregate effect of every decision you make. So I'm very cognizant of that. I think one of the biggest quality of life issues in Fairfax is transportation. I would really want to advocate for better, robust public transportation serving us in the surrounding community. A lot of that's outside of our hands, but I think it's very important serving on TAM, other boards, to really advocate for effective public transportation. Related to that, we can continue to create a more pedestrian and bicycle-friendly town, and also including and enhancing amenities for public transportation, especially in the parkade and so forth. I'd like to continue to create more real affordable housing rather than trying to meet, for example, ABAGs or the state's zoning goals, which really don't work for Fairfax. We had a bad experience with the Planning Commission, the mixed-use overlay, trying to do that. I think real affordable housing happens with nonprofits, and I'm very encouraged to see real projects actually coming to the table. A couple of sites that could be appropriate, the old Good Earth building that's now vacant, perhaps the Tack and Feed building. Those are both large properties. I think the way to do it is through cultivating nonprofits. And some areas for the budget I wanted to address real quickly. Again, disaster preparedness. I'm very glad that there is a disaster council. It's only funded to the tune of about $100 right now. I think it's really money very, very well spent to beef that up. Fairfax Volunteers has a very small budget, but does an incredible amount of work. I think maintaining that and increasing that really leverages the town. It really, volunteers do a lot. It makes the town very unique. I'd love to see Parks and Rec budget increase more, obviously more recreational activities. I think I'd like to see about using the pavilion more, using that as a possible revenue source. There's some issues with that, but I think it's a great resource that's being underutilized. Open space is a great investment. There's some great opportunities coming forward now. I think that could be funded by perhaps a transfer tax on home sales. People moving into Fairfax would be contributing to creating open space. Staffing is very important as well. We're very low on staffing, and I think that that's an area that really needs more attention. The difficulty is, of course, where do we find the funding for that? I'm not sure. That's a conundrum that faces a town. So anyways, those are the points I wanted to address aligned with those questions, and if you have any other follow-up questions, I'd be happy to answer. That's a lot to say.
He's got 1 minute and 38 seconds.
I mean, there was a third question. I'll just throw it at you, which is the vision question. And you've actually been quite specific in some of what you've said, which including the LC and bank extension. But what do you have a vision, or is there for the future of Fairfax, or short term, long term?
Well, I like the general directions the town is heading in. My vision would be to try to maintain the quality, the small town character of the town, the smaller businesses, the local businesses. My vision, overall vision, is I'd like it to be a healthy community. I'd like to see the town itself reduce its energy and carbon footprint. I'd like Fairfax to be kind of an example for other communities, and I think it has in a lot of ways. I'd also like to see it become a more inclusive community. I'd also like to see Fairfax, we do a lot that's already that I think is, I'd like to see continue, just the small town character. It's a very open community in a lot of ways. I think there's ways to foster that. Is that the
Don't
10
mind
minutes?
that.
Yeah, often with questions from us, you know, we let it run over a little bit just because we're using up your 10 minutes too. So go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, so, you know, I think that's basically a vision I have that I think everyone shares in the town. I'd like to avoid Fairfax becoming overbuilt and overdeveloped, and in some ways it's easier to see what you don't want. And but what we do have here, I think, is really a kind of a model vision for small towns in America, and I'd like to contribute to that, maintaining that, enhancing that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're taking a quick break while everybody comes in, or? Sorry? We're taking a quick break while everyone comes in, or?
Why, do you need one?
I need to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
But I can run really fast.
Okay. Well, we've had a request for a 5-minute biology break while people come back in, and then we'll bring it back to the council. Thank you. Okay. If I asked all the contestants to come on back into the room and have a seat. All right, well, thank you. Okay, once everybody's back in the room, I would like to open it up for public comment. And if you would like to comment, please, if you could line up along the left-hand side here, or your right, our left, just so we can get an idea of how many people there are. And then we'll go from there. And I guess, Andy, you could start off.
Good evening, everybody. I was impressed by the pool of candidates that you have here tonight. I am glad I'm not up there deliberating, as you're going to have to do. But I wanted to express support for Renee Goddard. I did write a letter on her behalf. Renee and I have a number of different working sort of experiences here in Fairfax, and they include working on the plastic ban, which was a long journey in 2007 and 2008. and also working on various bicycle pedestrian safety related issues, safe routes issues here in the town. What I can say about working with Renee is that she is bright and that she is deeply and profoundly committed to her work, and that she gets stuff done, and she works until things get done, and the successes of the projects she's worked on speak for themselves in the areas that I just described. I think that she would also bring a good quality to the council in terms of her character and way of communicating and ability to work with people. That's another one of her very strong points. So again, I wanted to express my support for her, and I wish all of you well in the deliberations as this process moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy.
Good evening. Susan Adams. I reside at 47 Tamalpais Road, Fairfax, and I did speak last week. Not sure what the date was going to be for this opportunity, and I would like to repeat more or less what I had said last week in this context. I am here to speak in support of the candidacy of Barbara Kohler, as you know, to fill the vacancy of Ryan O'Neill. As you are well aware, Ms. Kohler has provided and continues to provide significant contributions and commitment to our town, which is demonstrated through her public service of at least 7 years on the town's Open Space Committee and her now simultaneous service on the Planning Commission. How she does that in a full-time job, I really don't know. I do know Barbara both personally and professionally. I know her personally through our time together on the Open Space Committee. She is diligent, thoughtful of others' opinions, genuinely looks for ways that everyone in that committee can meaningfully participate in the committee's success and moving forward in progress and completing its functions. I know Barbara professionally also as well. We work at the same agency, and there she is an organized and efficient manager. She becomes knowledgeable of the issues that have been put under her responsibility, and she is firm in her structure and running her team. I work on a couple of particular projects with her, and she demonstrates leadership, and I've seen nothing but complete respect of staff for her in that particular work, which is quite a challenging enforcement role that she undertakes. At work and on the Open Space Committee, is a complete pleasure to work with her. I believe that her active involvement in the town's issues over these last many years and her demonstrated skills and qualities will serve the town council well. As a town council member, she will provide ready knowledge of town issues and concerns, can step into the role immediately. She will provide leadership experience, considered decision-making, and a consideration of others in listening at all presentations that are made before the council. And I think her presentation tonight did demonstrate her ability to be precise and clear and very thoughtful of issues that are presented to the council. Thank you.
Thank you. And I forgot to mention, please, 2 minutes is great, and so far 2 minutes has been.
Okay. I'm Susan Goldsboro, and I'm the executive director of a nonprofit, Families for Clean Air. In that capacity, I've worked with Barbara Kohler for the last 4 years because I have to have many meetings and conversations with the Bay Area Air Quality Management District. Before Barbara joined the district, I have to say that every one of my prior meetings was adversarial because I was asking for things usually that couldn't be done, and it was a difficult struggle. Barbara came on and everything changed. It's not that she says yes, it's just that she says no so very well. We always feel heard, we feel respected, we feel we've made progress. There's so much openness and honesty and candor. I can't say enough about the way she works with people. I also worked with her as part of the San Geronimo Valley Planning Group, where she had to again deal with the dicey issue that we deal with, which is wood smoke. And again, she dealt with a group of people who did not want to hear what she had to say in such a wonderful manner. She listens probably better than anyone I've ever known. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Baker, and I'd like to speak on behalf of Renee Goddard. Renee Goddard is a dedicated community service servant. She's a humanitarian who has championed many causes for our town. We have worked together as volunteers for Sustainable Fairfax since 2006. Renee is able to converse with anyone about almost any topic, from public policy to human needs. The strength of her convictions, the effort she puts into representing our town, and the passion she brings to her commitment to environmental goals is unsurpassed. She effectively works to make Fairfax greener, safer, and more sustainable. Renee initiated Green Wednesdays at the Farmers Market and has been the Zero Waste Coordinator at our town events. She has been a champion of solutions in her work for the Ross Valley Task Force, member of the JPA. Renee has a vision of creating safe, alternative transportation for our town and beyond. She has worked tirelessly to improve safety on our roads as a volunteer on the Bike Pedestrian Advisory Committee and as a task force member for Safe Routes to Schools. She is also an active volunteer in the Ross Valley School District. Renee is exactly the kind of council member the voters of all political ideologies consistently say they want. A person of integrity who fights hard for what they believe is right, with a smile on her face and a genuine acceptance for those with whom she disagrees. I have no doubt that Renee will be a dedicated public servant. She listens, she cares, and she follows through. Renee has played a pivotal role in many areas of Fairfax, from being one of the main drivers in the successful campaign to ban single-use plastic bags and the successful Streets for People. Transportation, education, sustainability, community builder. This is just a small list of what Renee has contributed as a volunteer to our town in the past, and I can only imagine what she will contribute as a town council member in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, council members and guests, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Susan Bierza-Chudek. I live in Fairfax. I'm a homeowner and a resident for 16 years. And I'm also a business owner. And I work in socially responsible arenas as a marketing consultant to mission-driven companies and nonprofit agencies in the Bay Area. You have some interesting candidates, some strong candidates. I wouldn't want to be in your place. But I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of Renee Goddard, even though she's been more or less a neighbor for 16 years. I live in Deer Park, but remarkably, I didn't know her. I'd seen her, but I didn't know her till we were fellow students in the Environmental Forum of Marin, from which we both just graduated. My first impressions when I met her last August were that she was energetic, conscientious, humble, deeply passionate, and really dedicated to the development of ideas and plans that move our communities forward, always with intelligence, integrity, and fairness. No matter what subject matter we were talking about, she always had an eye to inclusiveness and opening the discussion up to alternate perspectives. Her gift for critical thinking really expanded our discussions and opened minds and hearts of the people in that classroom. Those first impressions were reinforced through deeper acquaintance with her as I saw her hatch wonderful plans and carry them through to fruition, even for some crazy, challenging, undoable things in that class, and sometimes with unusual selflessness. And I was continually impressed at her ability to build on her expansive collections of colleagues and contacts, always trying to put people together that could make useful teams and to have just the right contact up her sleeve to take a great idea and turn it into a plan that was actionable. She has consistently seemed clearly committed to living sustainably, constantly learning, and teaching by her example, and always without judgment, which just makes me crazy. She never judges me that I can't be half as green as she can, which I so appreciate that. When I learned that she had submitted her name for the council candidate, I was really thrilled. I can't honestly think of a person who has a greater concern for the development of our children, for the care and safety of our citizens, the well-being of our town, or the planet as a whole. I also can't think of another person who is willing as willing as she is to work together in a spirit of support and camaraderie on a team of leaders. So I think that she's got the vitality and curiosity and wisdom to be a great team member to you. And I think we'd be lucky to have her. Thank you.
Good evening, Mimi Newton, 139 Mono. You guys do have a great pool of candidates from which to make your appointment. But I've got concerns about the nature of the process and the possibility that the result of appointing 2 replacement candidates out of 5 this spring and later this summer could end up completely changing the dynamic of our elected town council. I think that the 4 of you hold our public trust, and I think that trust includes ensuring that the nature of the council is not altered significantly as a result of these appointments. I think that's the key here, keeping the character of this council the way it was before Ryan stepped down. And I think that the best way to ensure that you maintain the character of our council is to appoint somebody who best represents Ryan's values to replace him. Similarly, when it comes time to appoint someone to replace Pam, the public trust will best be served by appointing a replacement who best reflects Pam's values. Frankly, any other outcome will do a disservice to the residents of Fairfax. I've worked closely with Ryan over the last 7 years on the Open Space Committee, and I've also worked closely with Barbara, who I've known for a long time. I'm not going to run through Ryan's traits. I'm sure you guys have a pretty good sense of what he's brought to this council. But I do want to tell you a little bit about Barbara, because I honestly believe she is the best candidate before you to represent Ryan's values. Barbara Kohler is somebody who follows through. She's committed. She's fair. She's responsible. She's always prepared. She's thorough. She's articulate. She's considerate. She's thoughtful. She's experienced. She's circumspect. She's energetic. She's engaging. She's intelligent. She's sincere. She's open-minded. She's upbeat. She's a nature lover. She's a leader and a cheerleader. She works well with others. She's outspoken. She's a good listener. She's honest. She's unafraid. She's a hard worker. She's perceptive. She's warm. She's driven. She's discerning. She's able to self-edit. She is not prone to knee-jerk reactions. She appreciates the unique character of our town, and I believe she will be a strong representative of both the Fairfaxians who live here and our town. Thanks.
Nicolo Calderero, 165 Frustuck, and I also think that you have a very difficult decision to make, and especially I found myself difficult to support 2 great candidates, Peter or Barbara, but I'd like to argue for you to choose Barbara tonight. I really think that you have to pick someone who's going to represent the city and the diversity of opinion here, and the thing that most impressed me when I was a councilman was how independent this town is, and how many people, when we were faced with the outside world telling us we had to put a whole bunch of units on a beautiful meadow, 80% of the town said no. And when we were faced with the Patriot Act, the government telling us that we had to throw away our rights, this room was filled with people overflowing, supporting us to say no, that Fairfax was standing against losing our rights and standing up for our rights. And I think that Barbara's that kind of person. I think it's a risk that you have to take to stand up and say, I'm going to represent the people's voice in any issue. And I think that we're faced with someone here, in both Peter and Barbara, but Barbara I want to support tonight, that we have challenges in front of us, and those are difficult challenges. We're not through the recession. And I think with Barbara, she has great skills. I've seen her on the Open Space Committee work. She can condense complexities to practicality. She listens. She's open to opinion. Her performance and her integrity are something that has always impressed me, and her ability to work effectively. She has a determination to serve, and she produces results, which I think are really important in our case. And she has a dedication and a commitment to follow through. And I think when we're faced with this wave of change that comes upon us, I think about how the Coronation Eskimo, when they were faced with the first guns that came to them, not even from white people, from other Eskimo, they made them into knives and points because they saw what guns did to other people, and they rejected that change because to realize what they had was beautiful, and that things can change and you can destroy what makes you happy. And change is not always good, but you have to make decisions that are sometimes risky. So I urge you to pick Barbara. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chelsea Donovan. I live on 41 Bothine, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Renee Goddard. Wow, I feel loud here. I'm the Executive Director of Sustainable Fairfax, and I feel that, you know, a big reason why I am the Executive Director of this wonderful organization is the influence that I've had from Renee Goddard. I moved to town about 4 years ago, and when I wanted to get involved, I started volunteering, and I volunteered one night for an environmental film festival, and I had met Renee. And we were biking home that night, and she said, you know, come have a beer with me. Let's talk, let's get to know each other. And we did, and she told me these amazing experiences she had. She just came back from taking her family overseas for about a year and to give them this unique experience, and she told me about that. But more importantly, she told me about, you know, her love of Fairfax and what she's done here and some of the projects, the plastic bag ban, and you've heard from others before me, you know, all the things that she has done in town. And she was just very infectious and very inspiring. And again, was a very big reason why I wanted to become part of Sustainable Fairfax, and which made me love this town even more than I thought I would when I first moved here. Renee, again, is the kind of person you walk through town and she just knows everybody. She, from all different types of backgrounds and all, through the businesses, through local government, children, our elders. She's just that kind of person that helps collaborate. She really knows how to connect and make those bridges. You know, for example, Streets for People, you're all familiar with last year, Renee, there's a chamber in the town of Fairfax, and Sustainable Fairfax was involved with this. And Renee was part of every facet of that, and she was absolutely a leader for Sustainable Fairfax, and I think in that group as well. But she knew how to work with the local government. She knew how to speak articulately about why this would be a great event for our community, how this will better our merchants, how this will, you know, improve local economy, community. So she went to town council meetings, she talked to the community, she talked to business folks. So she was able to bridge those gaps. She could speak in all those different arenas, and she did a phenomenal job. And I think that a lot of people would agree. There was a lot of skepticism going in, but in the end, it was a great event, especially for the merchants. I mean, they have a hard time. They struggle to stay here, and that was something that really worked for them. It really helped with their sales and also the visibility of their businesses. And Renee was a big proponent of that. So I just say I think she'd be a wonderful addition to this council. And I think when, you know, you select a council member, you select them on their uniqueness and what they would add, and maybe not following in the footsteps of the person before, but something unique and different, and help balance this council. So thank you.
Pamela Meggs, 310 Cypress Drive, Fairfax. First of all, I want to applaud the applicants. This is an amazing group of people. Makes me feel good to be part of the town. I'm very torn. You know, I know Peter really well. I worked with him on the Planning Commission. He's got great judgment at times when we had some hard, difficult decisions to make. And I really respect him and his work. However, I'm looking at Barbara and I'm thinking she is the best candidate. And I'm asking the council to consider who is the best candidate for this town and who will have a voice and a strong character and have stability and the willingness to speak up, but also the assertiveness. You know, it's really difficult for all of you in these kind of financial times, and also to have that vision. I really look for vision. And with that said, I'm just thinking Barbara's it. Thank you.
Valerie Hood. I guess we're kind of all in the same boat here tonight. Tonight we heard from some very impassioned applicants, but for me there were two people that stood out. They're the two who have the backgrounds, temperaments, and experience, I think, to join the council at this time and hit the road running, and they are Barbara Kohler and Peter Lax. I first started my research by going to the town website and looking at everybody's applications, and those two stood out to me, heads and above everybody else. This isn't about friendships. I have two good friends in this room that are applying, and I cannot put that into this mix, and I hope you guys can separate yourselves from that too, because I think you're in the same boat as I am. Of the two, I think I'm going to have to go with Barbara tonight. I mean, I thought her presentation was unbelievable. I am so impressed that someone of her caliber is coming to the town council and offering her services. And it's not, it's experience with public agencies. It's the ability to work with others. She comes highly recommended from other planning commissioners, other open space committee members. I've spoken to many people at this point, and I've really done some research to find out about this for myself. Her background working with the Bay Area Air Quality Management District Air Resources Board is incredibly impressive. She's had staffs that have worked under her. She's led some amazing things. One of the things that really stood out for me was that she created a new state program, the first of its kind in the nation, to ensure that K-12 public schools are built on environmentally safe properties, protecting the health of California's children. She also created the state's innovative programs to clean up, reuse, and recycle formerly contaminated properties and promote infill development. These are some things that we're looking at in our town, and I think we need expertise. I look at our council right now and I see how hard you all work. Some of you, I think, more than others. And I look at the load you all carry, and I think and it's not to just be prepared to weigh in about planning commission decisions. And I think having been on planning commission is a very important prerequisite to me to actually be on the council, because you have to go through processes that to bring you to the understanding, because after the planning commission, then you guys get to come back in and weigh in on what they have to say. And it's important to me to have that background, I think, and I think what has brought some expertise to this current council. I think that she brings years of professional experience and she's a dedicated public servant. I'm also really concerned about the different things that you need to serve on, the different, agencies, thank you. And I see that she has background in that. I think she will be one of those people who will fight for our town. And I've seen what we've had to do. I've watched Larry fight PG&E about smart meters. And I believe Barbara has that kind of toughness. And I'm really concerned because I'm watching this whole push towards austerity. I'm watching state budgets get cut. I'm watching national budgets get cut. I want to see somebody in here that has the experience to deal with stuff like that right now. And she, to me, is the one that speaks the clearest. Thank you.
I'm good at pushing buttons. Today's the second day of spring. It's also my birthday. Happy spring. Days are getting longer, and what a beautiful day. I'm the Executive Director of Homeland and Security, and I ask you to appoint me as Supreme Dictator of the world, and I will end the endless wars, fracking, clean up and stabilize Fukushima, and end nuclear power weapons, as well as overturn Citizens United and prosecute the legitimate rapist bankers. But I don't think that's going to happen. As far as town council is concerned, everyone here has good qualities and knowledge to offer, and how do we honor and basically welcome all of that? Because you know, all of us, we're one community, and we all want what we want, but how does we like what Mirza said in terms of listening and actually having a community where we do listen and work together, because that's what it's about. Whoever is chosen, I hope you will all remember, you guys as well as whoever is chosen, that global issues are local issues. It's like all the things I said above in terms of, you know, fracking, nukes, and all that. Those are global issues, but they're local issues. They have effect here. And when it comes to zero waste and consuming or whatever, how we live here and what we consume locally comes from globally, and it pollutes here or affects here or builds community here in other places. So global issues are local issues. I know a lot of times at council meetings, people say, don't talk about this, don't do smart meters, don't do the Freedom Homeland and Security Act, don't do this stuff, focus on rebuilding the bridges, rebuilding the streets. We need to do all of it because we are part of the global community. We need to align our rules and laws within the rules and laws of basically diverse living nature. I do think that Peter and Barbara do have the best qualifications and experience for the job, perhaps, and I do hope that everybody works together and sticks around and still comes to the council meetings, as well as gets involved in other politics, not just the council. The only security we have is in healthy, diverse community, period, and living natural systems, which are more valuable than any amount of money, disposable products, and landfills, etc. And it's like, how are we living here? What are we creating here? And what are we leaving behind? And that's what's important to me, and I think to a lot of us. Global issues are local issues, and if we don't take care of global issues, they're going to come take care of us.
He covered everything I was going to say. Ryan O'Neill, I've purposely withheld any kind of endorsement up to this moment. Publicly, even when I stepped down, the IJ asked if there was somebody that I had in mind for my replacement, and I didn't think it right for the people to do that, even though I had an idea of who may be interested. I just didn't want it to come out because I wanted to see the field. You know, I think the people needed to see the field before they had a chance to get the game going. And, you know, to say the Sherlock Holmes quote, "The game is afoot," some people see this as the game. Some of the best feedback that I got while I was a new council member came from an individual in town that I really respect and I looked up to kind of as a mentor, and he came up to me and goes, "You know, you're doing a really good job." And not knowing what that meant, I asked him what he thought, and he said, "Well, you know, I don't really see you as a politician, I see you as a statesman." And it kind of hit me that, you know, the reason that people were gravitating towards some of my viewpoints were because they were genuine, and they really just reflected me. And then they asked, "Well, how's it going?" And I said, "It's really easy. You do your homework, and then I just vote like my mom and dad are in the front row." And if it was that easy for all of our politicians at every level, we would live in a much better place. But that's not really how it works. The game is always afoot. People have to vote because they want these people to get in so they can push their agenda forward, which makes sense. But what we've lost is we've lost individualism. You were all voted by your peers for your points. You all represent a different aspect of the group. When I remember John's campaign, he was a strong volunteer that did a lot of different things with trails, and it really struck a chord with me. And Pam was just a champion of sustainability and a fresh face. And David had a lot of experience on the Planning Commission, and I met him on the Open Space Committee. And you know, I sat down for a cup of coffee one day with Larry to find out if that guy was real, because everything he said, he seemed to have so much passion and conviction for. It was magnetic. So what do I leave? I think I just tried to leave behind a very genuine personality that was able to listen to everybody. The reason I first got involved in any of this stuff, it all involved the Fairfax or politics at all, was because I was angry that people weren't listening to people, and that people weren't getting along because it was all one side and one side. And people, when I first was trying to just be on Open Space Committee, were trying to put me in a camp, like, who do you like? Whose side are you on? And I didn't want to be camped by association. I just wanted to be myself. And I'm trying to represent up here the group, and the group is the people who voted for me. And I've held off the endorsement for a long time because I didn't want anybody to get camped. But I really think it's important because Pam will be stepping down, and the ability to make it seem like we're just being as transparent as possible. In my opinion, Barbara Kohler was the one who most likely was strong, like I was in my own opinion of myself, to stand up for what she thought the most. It doesn't necessarily have to be what I believe in, but I've worked with Barbara for a long time on the Open Space Committee, and I worked with her on Planning Commission. And although I think that Peter and Renee would be great mindsets like I have, what I really think the council will miss with my stepping down is someone that can look an intimidating issue in the face and figure out a way to tactfully break it down. I used to sit down with Hal Brown a lot, every couple months, and he finally asked, "Why are you meeting with me?" And I asked him the same question, but what I wanted out of him is, how do you tell people no? Hal, every day, how do you meet people that you know and people on each side of the issue, and how do you say no? Knowing the very next day your friend is going to ask you out for coffee. And that's really what you need. You need a very strong personality that can actually listen and be very intelligent. I think Barbara best represents me in those attributes. I think Renee is a wonderful soul in this town, but I don't think she represents the same values that I represent. I think she represents Pam's values, which are equal to mine. They're no greater or less than. But we each have to be careful when we're making these choices to remember one thing, that this is not about you. And there are many politicians that fail right there because they feel as though their title makes it about them. It's about us. And it's about we, not I. And when you make choices, especially like this one, on camera, to be transparent, it should be about us.
Well, going to take this opportunity, seeing no more public comment, I'll close the public comment period. And I'll shut off this timer so it doesn't start doing the horn thing. Okay, so this is, as many people have said tonight, a very difficult process and decision. We have 7 really good candidates. I'm sure everybody's got their favorites, but I'm sorry we can't pick more candidates to be on this council. I guess the next step on this is for each of the council members to pick 2. And I don't know if there's any comments my fellow council members would like to make before that.
I would.
Yeah.
First of all, I want to thank everybody for doing it because it kind of harkens me back to when I first made the decision to kind of step forward, and it's a difficult thing to inject yourself into the public. Most of us value our privacy, and you lose a little bit of that doing what you did. And it does reassure me that our town and our government inspires enough of us to come forward and be courageous. That is a sign of a very healthy community, I think. So that gives me back, a good feeling in here. So I thank you for doing that for me. And I think, that's just kind of an introductory comment for me. I don't want to delve further. I'll just pass it down the line for introductory comments and then, drill down, I guess.
I want to thank everybody too. This is definitely it's a hard choice, and it's a trick for us up here. I think our job is to choose the best representative for Fairfax, and I don't think that that means that we're choosing somebody to be Ryan. You know, I mean, Ryan did a great job, and I think that there's a number of the candidates here tonight who could do a great job. And I think that you know, a number of times, you know, there's been a sort of sense of you know, asking for a declaration of you know, making sure that we're not sort of choosing our friends, and I know that's directed I know that's directed at me in a lot of ways, and I want to be really clear that my job on this council has never been personal. My job on this council has been for Fairfax, and I've stayed on this council after Ryan left longer than I meant to, for the sole purpose of making a whole council so that you have the representation that you deserve, and so that I could be part of this decision. You don't get to choose who follows you when you walk away from the council like this, and so it's an awkward and challenging situation for me to know that I'm leaving this seat, and that I won't have any say in that, and that it's my job, you know, now to choose the best person that I think can serve Fairfax in a way that maybe not only Ryan would, but in the way that I would, because I don't have a vote on that one. And either way, I'm going to choose the person who's the best qualified. I don't think I've ever made a vote on this council because a friend was voting the same way or because somebody told me that I should. I have gone out of my way to not play the camps and to go out and to do what I think is always best for Fairfax, and I feel like that's something that I've always done. So I just want to reassure everyone in knowing that's my role here, and that's what I intend to do.
Just a few thoughts. I'd be proud to serve with any of the 7, and I might say that while this council has developed, I think, a well-deserved reputation for its civility and its transparency and how we get along with one another, it wasn't always like that 7 years ago. And so the rough and tumble sometimes of competing personalities can sometimes lead to interesting council work as well. We will be drilling down now, but I would suggest to any of the applicants that are not selected and this evening, take out papers in July, August, whenever it is, and I welcome the opportunity to see you up here as in a debate and on the street corners of Fairfax. This is just at most a 7-month appointment. Pam will leave us hopefully later than sooner, and we'll have the joy of being right back up here again having this conversation. Hopefully with the same pool of candidates and perhaps others. But the gig here is that this is just an interim appointment. You have to go out and you have to win it. And I think I want to send the word out to the other 6 that aren't selected tonight. You will find that it's as unpleasant as tonight may have been. That's how joyous campaigning is, when you can go out onto the street in Fairfax and convince people through the listening and through the conviction of your ideas, and all of them were expressed very eloquently this evening, that you would win a heck of a lot of votes out there. So I would say let this be the opening act in your experience for the rest of 2013 as you seek to join, well, certainly Larry, up here by the end of the year.
Well, yeah, I don't know how to top that off, but except to say that there's a lot of good candidates, and it's very interesting dealing with all the various different facets of Fairfax, and yeah, I would also welcome any of you. But I guess our job right now, and I want to thank everybody for applying, I guess our job right now is to pick 2.
Disagree politely, maybe.
Disagree politely?
I'll start.
Okay.
It's interesting. I've campaigned against a couple of the people that applied. I'm friends with 3 of the people that have applied. I've certainly know of Bernie's service to the community. So it's a little humbling to pick. It's a really good group, and I mean it really does speak well for our community. And the thing about it is, I mean, I think you can go to any town and you're going to get a lot of people that come up, but I just think the quality of what was said here in Fairfax is very unique. I didn't serve on the Planning Commission before I got elected. I didn't serve on any boards or commissions before I got elected. So I don't think that's the only thing. And in some ways, maybe not having done that, you know, it frees you from, I don't know, expectations. I mean, you're bringing in a different point of view. You know, that being said, what Ryan brought to the table was a certain skill set, and when I approach the decision of replacing him, I do look at that skill set, you know, as far as how will the next person fit in? What will they bring as far as their skill set to our decision making? So I don't think Ryan should be a kingmaker, but I think his voice needs to be heard. And I ran with Ryan. And Ryan and I had many discussions about what the issues and this whole thing with camps, and it's like, you know, I think that's so overstated, the camp thing. I mean, what we're facing is what every small town is facing: challenging finances, getting pushed around by ABAG and all the state regulatory agencies to conform to their sprawl mentality, keeping our services independent. I mean, these are values I think we all share. I know there's some division about service consolidation. Maybe that argument's over. Maybe we've kind of demonstrated that to people with the success of the Fairfax model, which is not just giving in and blending in and giving up, but leveraging our assets with other communities, with other agencies. And, you know, there's recent headlines about other towns resisting housing and community development standards. We've been doing that here in Fairfax for 7 years. And it's sort of been unspoken because I don't think we've wanted to get picked on with our housing element. But that's how I met Ryan, was in that battle when the Planning Commission, the Fairfax Planning Commission, passed a mixed-use zoning scheme that would have changed the face of Fairfax. And that wasn't a particularly popular battle. It wasn't a battle that attracted a lot of attention in the IJ or the local media, but I knew, and you know, the community, parts of the community knew that that was an important battle, because had that mixed-use zone passed, instead of having an anchor tenant at Good Earth, you would have had a strip of 3-story development from Pastore up to the post office on the north side of Center. So that was where I met Ryan. That was where I met Barbara Kohler. And I haven't forgotten that. And that, to me, was a very important battle. It was a very important issue that needed to get resolved. And it's still not completely resolved, but the town has tried to move on and move beyond that and demonstrate to HCD that we can provide fair housing, housing equity, and still protect the quality of life, because that's the tension. Equity versus quality. And it's a pretty tough thing. It's a pretty tough loaf to split. And we've been doing it. So that being said, you know, the vision that Renee brings, you know, that's real. And we need that. We need that. You know, I mean, it's, and I know everything, you know, that it's genuine and sincere, and we need that because, you know, we can't rest on our laurels. We've got to innovate, and we've got to lead. We have to lead and we have to defend at the same time. It's a mixed thing that we have to do. We have to innovate, we have to preserve, we have to be progressive, we have to be conservative. We have to conserve and progress. You know, right now, you know, I really, I mean, where I'm, I believe the skill set that Barbara and Peter bring is what we need now for this appointment. You know, of the two, you know, Peter's a trial lawyer friend of mine. I've known Peter for over 10 years, done cases with him, sweat with him, you know, shed blood with him in court. So this is not some easy decision for me. But when I look at what we need right now and an opportunity to bring somebody like Barbara in to provide that asset, that's, I mean, maybe I'm going too fast, but I'm, you know, I'm sure she's going to be one of my top two, so I'll pass the baton.
I don't know if process-wise we're supposed to be choosing finalists at this point or saying more.
It's hard to say after that last speech. I mean, I think we're supposed to be picking two, but I very much enjoyed listening to that. I mean, it brings up a lot of what Fairfax is.
I mean, the process is something you had input in, so what you had as your process is you would each select two finalists, but you can always change what you want to do right now if you want to change how you're selecting.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's open. It's open, you know. I mean, it's open.
Mm-hmm.
Then I just don't recall. In San Rafael, the model that we're working on, did they build in 3 finalists, or did in the first round, or did they have 2?
2. 2 finalists. Each council member chose 2 finalists.
Okay. I would actually like 3, but that's just me.
Well, 3 would be easier. But I don't know that I think, yeah, different, I've known a lot of people in here. I've run the same election as some of them also, with Larry. And I'm a real believer in community and working out a middle ground where people agree on the right way to go forward, and it's not always the idea that you came with. You know, I think Barbara brings a lot of very good skills to this. You know, and when I think about the gas station that is having the core samples drilled through it, and I thought, oh, well, that's somebody, you know, who's pretty good, you know, whose expertise we could use. I also like to think of Fairfax as a place where we use the skills from a whole lot of different people in the town, and everybody contributes, and that's kind of where I come from, and that's great too. That's one of the things that makes Fairfax really a great place, is that there's so many different skills here that people contribute. You know, I know Peter pretty well too. I've talked with him about a lot of issues over the years, and I think he's very, you know, he's thought carefully about a lot of things, and I value his opinions. I've also worked with Renee quite a bit, and I value what she has to say and what she thinks about things too, and I very much value her community spirit and her way of pulling people together. You know, if I had to pick three, I'd pick those three. But if we're picking two, I don't want to be the first one to pick. And as mayor, I don't have to.
Larry already picked two. I'm more than happy to pick two as well, and I would pick Renee and Barbara to move forward in a pool of extraordinarily wonderful candidates who I hope will all take their visions of Fairfax and move in that direction in any way that you can. There's a lot that I would never served on a town commission before I was served on this council either. I don't think that it has broken my ability to be a good council member. I think it does provide a freshness to not be coming from the bureaucracy. And I've actually, a couple years ago, we appointed Renee to the LTF, which is the local task force for the county Joint Powers Authority. And I thought to myself, Renee is a doer. She is a woman of action. She pulled together this inconvenient group of moms and parents and to deal with climate change on a local level. And I was like, she's going to hate this committee more than anything else in the world. Making Renee sit in with the Joint Powers Authority will probably break her spirit. And you know what? She killed it. And one of the letters that we got was from somebody else that she served on there. And she's done an amazing job. And I don't think it takes serving on commissions and having a lot of qualifications and experience to be up here. I certainly didn't have any of that. And I think that sometimes it takes passion, and it takes heart, and it takes getting off your butt in a meeting and going and doing something. And I know that is the reason that, I have a relationship with Renee. I did not know her until we became activists together. And I've never seen anybody in my whole life get more done than she has. And I'm impressed by that. And I'm impressed by Barbara's qualifications to no end. That's absolutely a benefit to our community. And it's been a benefit in the open space, and it's been a benefit in the Planning Commission. And I have no doubt that, we've got two seats going here, So I feel like, that either of them would fill out this council really nicely.
Unlike the other folks on the council, except for Mirza, who I don't know at all. But I have a sneaking suspicion we may be dragooning you into service in the town. Nobody gets off. There's no free lunch in Fairfax. I'm not friends with anybody on this list. I know them all to some degree or another, but I wouldn't say that I know any of them terribly well. I disagree respectfully with Pam on the idea of planning commissioners. Having served as one for a while, it was a long time ago, and we would have rather long meetings. It was during a much more robust economic time in Fairfax, in the nation. It was the second half of the 1990s, and there would be much foment of things up here during those years. Less so now as the economy has turned south. But I do think that being a planning commissioner is one of, but perhaps not the only, stepping stone that I consider. So in my initial thinking, and why I delicately labored for 3, it was because I do think to a large degree, I know Bill served back in the day, but our 2 most recent planning commissioners, Barbara and Peter, served, Peter with particular distinction for 2 terms. Barbara is a more recent addition to it. There are 2 reasons why I think I have to go with Renee and Barbara on this, and why I'm leaning more heavily toward Renee. Even though it would certainly stun Ryan to hear me say this, because how can I possibly know you better than you know yourself? Not at all. But when I've known you in our committee work, being original members of the open space and then serving up here and appointing you to the Planning Commission as well. When I was thinking about it since we got the final list of candidates, I was thinking that, yes, my selection would be a planning commissioner because I've selected with my council colleagues every single person that sits on that planning commission, and I thought about the fact that I was appointing them because I was keeping their seat warm for them. I was taking time, and over time they would come and be up here and serve, and perhaps they will. But I'm not doing that. I think it's important that I am not picking somebody that I wish to serve with. I'm trying to find the person from the pool of 7 that the people of Fairfax have already decided that they want to sit in that seat at the end of the dais up here. And that's the challenge for me, how to find that person for the next 7 months only, until that person chooses or doesn't choose to run for election as an appointed incumbent. And that's the person I'm looking for. And I guess as I sit up here, I'm looking forward to the second round of interviews here. But my feelings on Renee is that she, oddly enough, despite Ryan's protestations to the contrary, seems to signal for me the kind of person that the kind of council member he was up here. She'll bring that sense of free thinking. Barbara would be the person that I would most fear if I was a polluter. Because she's going to know the ins and outs of these processes with good knowledge, and she's going to bring an important skill set to it. So I think that in the final analysis, however this works out, this community for the next 7 months will be very well served. I also have to say that none of us, I think, are immune from the comments of our colleagues. So when Mimi Newton stands up here, or Susan Adams, who we just put on the Open Space Committee, stands up in 2 meetings and comes forward and speaks, and some of the other members speaking on Renee's behalf, that carries a lot of weight because you're bringing the voice of an even broader subsection of the community into the hall. So those would be my 2 selections, and even though the hour grows late, I look forward to further conversation with them, and then the comments of the community after we've heard another 10 minutes each, I believe.
So, since I didn't have, so I got to go last because I'm mayor, yeah. But I think basically we're kind of, probably for different reasons, but I think we're kind of on the same page, and my two would be Barbara and Renee. So, is that, do we have everyone?
I'm not sure if Councilmember Bragman, did you actually pick
Did you choose
two?
two?
I concur.
Okay, so that would mean under your scenario that you would have two finalists, and under the process, they would each have 10 minutes in subsequent question and answer.
Okay. All right. Well, under this process then, what do you ask? Okay.
How do we decide which one goes first?
Oh, it's alphabetical according to your
Was
list. So I'm sorry,
alphabetical,
that'd be Barbara Kohler.
So last name,
Right, that was
Barbara
the process
Kohler would be
adopted.
first.
Right, and then we would ask Ms. Goddard.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is what
See
you need to
everybody
learn
at
when you
10.
serve on the council. You can only go to the bathroom when the mayor says it's okay.
All right, I'd like to call us back to order. And so now we have interviews of two, and we have 10 minutes per, right, for questions. And has Renee left the room?
She's left the building.
Okay. Well, great. Barbara, you're on. So,
do you draw the shirts off?
I often like to be first.
well, I guess this is set aside for questions from us to you, correct? And do you have a question written out? You want to go first?
Sure.
Okay.
This was the loosey-goosey part that we didn't plan ahead. Can you tell? And so I'm gonna go back to some of the questions that we had initially been sort of brought up, and one of them was, what have you done to prepare yourself for taking over this role?
Okay, well, a couple of things. Many things. I spent probably nearly 30 years working in regional and state government, working with the legislature, developing legislation, negotiating major policy matters, developing policy, and being a collaborator and working in teams. What I did specifically to kind of get myself ready was I met with a number of community members to get ideas of their issues, to learn more about the town, because while I think serving on the Open Space Committee and the Planning Commission are valuable to understand kind of the process we go through, I think more importantly, our community and their views are why you're here and why I would like to be here. I also, because I tend to approach things very academically, I read that general plan cover to cover and really enjoyed some of the aspects of it. I read the town budget cover to cover, and having perused parts of all of that. I also, after understanding some of the issues, I kind of developed what I thought were positions on what might be those issues, if they might come up as questions in interviews, or things to really represent what I heard from the community. Today I took the day off from work and I practiced all day, and I did my favorite thing, which is riding my bike over White's Hill. That's my thinking hill. So I practiced and thought more about the questions and things I might answer. So I hope that helps.
Well, I think there comes a point where we'll be frank. We're certainly frank with one another up here in a civil way. So I guess I have a concern. And until maybe the last meeting of the, well, since we knew that Ryan was leaving, I never saw you at council. And there have been a couple of us that before we ran were always at council. Ryan is hanging out as he is now. John was a fixture, myself, Tremaine. Others do it different ways. There's neither right nor wrong. But I never saw you here. And you know, maybe from time to time, but never it starts at 7, it ends at 11, and I'm going to be sitting there. for 4 hours. So that sort of grabs me as a concern.
Would you like me to respond?
Yeah, sure.
Well, it's true. I haven't been here as frequently as perhaps others have, but I have participated in town council meetings. However, since I devote a lot of my time to volunteering for the town, and also I work about 50 to 60 hours per week in San Francisco, it's more difficult for me to get here. But I have watched it on TV, which I think is really a new addition. So I can't say I've been able to participate as often as others, but I don't think that precludes me from really deliberating and understanding the issues of our town.
No, it certainly doesn't. It's just an observation that I have made, and particularly with the other 6 candidates. I think Renee's been here more often. I see her her here more often. I would like to ask you about a particular decision you made on the Planning Commission shortly after you got appointed.
Okay.
We were having an interesting debate. One of the things that goes on in our little world here is how do we squish more oomph out of staff? It's a horrible thing to do. How do you take staff and bend their jobs so that we can constantly heap even more work on them without ever giving them a raise over time? It's a brilliant approach to management. And one of the things that the planning director, Jim Moore, had been advocating for some time was the squishing of the design review into the Planning Commission while reserving some of the expertise, moving some of the design review committee folk into the Planning Commission as openings arrived. Unless I'm wrong, I think you did not support that.
Would you like me to respond?
Absolutely.
No, I didn't, and I spoke up in council on that matter. That was one of the times I was here. And the reason I just didn't was not because I'm against streamlining or against squishing as much as we can out of people. I was a state employee for 22 years, so I'm well used to no raises and doing things with three jobs with one salary. But what I was very opposed to was the idea, my concern was that because we were going to combine design review, that we were going to lose the broad perspective of the Planning Commission. What my concern was that we would pack the commission with architects who bring a lot of valuable expertise to the Planning Commission. But we don't need all members of the Planning Commission as architects because we need to look at a broader view of our town. It's not just looking at the design elements to approve those. And what my concern was that we were going to end up with people who had specific expertise in an area and not look at the bigger picture issues of our town. So that was my objection.
And that's a good objection. I think it's been maybe a year now, and they were supposed to report back to us in 6 months, and I don't know that we ever got the report. But how has it worked out?
I think it's worked out fine, and I think that's because of the makeup of the commission currently. I think we have a mix. We have a few architects, and they're great to work with, and they bring good ideas. And they also help us, the rest of us who have different levels of expertise. I think it could change in the future as more openings, such as Peter recently stepping down. But it's worked well. We're all very civil. We work as a team. We don't always agree. But I learn a lot from the other members of the commission, and I've changed my views based on comments they've had. Not just the architects, but we have somebody who's a hydrogeologist who truly brings in a great perspective and ideas to the commission. So it's worked out fine, but I think it's because of the individuals we have and the fact that we haven't changed over that many people. So I'm glad to see that. And to the extent that it helps our applicants get through the process more quickly, I'm all for it.
I've taken more than enough time. Thank you.
Well, you've talked about grants as an additional revenue source, as well as different businesses around town. I mean, I'm a big proponent of that also, especially the grant. One of the things I've found with grants is you get a certain number and all of a sudden you're starting to run out of matching funds. And do you have ideas on that?
You mean as far as typically with grants, you can't charge administrative charges to them? Is that?
Yeah, but very often grants have, you know, a requirement for a local match of whatever.
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, John.
Yeah.
Yeah, often there are requirements for local matches, and that can get difficult depending on what the match is. I think in looking for new grants, we should try to look for those grants that have very small matches or none. For example, Cal Recycles, from what I can see from their grant programs that would help our zero waste goals, is that I don't think there is a match on those. But I think that's where we parse out what makes sense for our town. But definitely it's a challenge. When I worked in the state, many of the matches were 10%, and when you were going for $5 million, that was huge.
Yeah, that's fairly typical.
And obviously we wouldn't go for those kinds of things, and I don't think we have those kinds of needs. The Air District grant funding typically does not have any kind of a match. And often you can do sweat equity for where there's a match. Often with EPA grants, where there is a requirement for a match, often they will take kind of a sweat equity kind of deal, depending on who's administering the grant and the rules of the grant.
Yeah, I mean, most of my experience has been with public works oriented things, you know, and that's, yeah, where we've got to come up with Measure F money or Measure L. Let me see. Do you have questions, Larry?
Yeah, a bunch of them, but more, I mean, you've made, in your initial presentation, you made a number of points, you know, that you actually did drill down in your initial presentation, which I was very impressed with. You know, I think we on the council agree informally of the need to move forward with Public Works to fill that position, because that's sort of the public face of the town. You know, it's what we do. That's, you know, when we make stuff, improve streets. And I was interested in your idea about trying to get a civil engineer in that post. Anyway, I thought that was a great idea. I'm not sure, a lot of times we need a town engineer on specific development projects, and I don't know, you know, and maybe you can expand on it. Does a civil engineer have the authority, the engineering authority to, I mean, how wide is his authority?
Well, a couple things. So when I worked for the state in my capacity as division chief, I was over 2 pretty large divisions statewide. I had a number of engineers working for me. And one of the things the engineers do a good job of is justifying their existence. There's an engineering geology board in the state. One of the things we looked at is the capabilities of various engineers with PEs to sign off on different kinds of projects. By far, and even on geology projects, typically a civil engineer has a very broad authority. Development projects, I don't see any problem with a civil being able to sign off on those projects. Now, I'm not saying that there wouldn't be some cases where that would not be applicable, but when we looked at the authorities, any other engineering classification, most of those PEs are not really useful to sign off on plans or anything. A civil engineer has an incredibly strong breadth of authority over these kinds of projects to sign off as a registered civil, and they can also sign off on a number of hydrogeology type of projects, like water drilling wells. So you get a lot with that, going for that.
Yeah.
So I think that would really help us.
Yeah, we had a public works director who actually had an engineer. He had the stamp.
Okay.
But he not for quite a while. But we
yeah.
Bill Whitney.
Who I heard brought in lots of grant revenue, was an incredible resource for the town.
So thanks.
I know we're out of time. Obviously, if you were selected, and I think the elephant in the room here is the fact that really we're about to just compound position A and position A1 fairly quickly here. You work hard at your job. I know how hard agency folk work. I worked in an agency. You know, we're all in the environmental field, probably working a little too hard than we should. Great. And now that everybody's applauded us, you would obviously be resigning from the Planning Commission and the Open Space Committee. It's not one-to-one. We sit on other committees, as you know, we sit on all of these things. So your timing, your time elasticity, is that good?
Well, I haven't announced it at my current employment. I am planning on changing jobs and doing consulting, and plan to be working at home in over the next several months. So I've kind of freed myself up because I really do feel that I need to be more available during the day. I realize there are a number of boards and commissions that I would be expected to serve on, and I'm ready to do that. I've done a lot in my career, and as I said when I first wanted to join the Open Space Committee, it's time to turn all my work and my spirit and my energy to staying in a town that I absolutely love, and I have no intention of leaving. In a couple of years, I'll be moving to Bennett House if they have a place for me. But I really feel like this is a great time for me. It's time for me to move on from some of the other things and help out our town more.
Stepping here, but I really am trying to drill down, and I think it is because we do have spot A and A1 here. When you're dealing with your colleagues in open space or planning commission, you're appointed. It changes up here. As nice as we are to one another, we're elected people. There's an elbow to the to things, and certainly I get criticized justifiably for maybe throwing one or two that maybe are a little sharper than they should be. I'm wondering whether you've thought about the fact that there's a difference in how you deal with people in the collegial style of the Planning Commission, let's say, or open space, and the more robust political world, even at the local level.
Well, David, I have to say that in all my years of service to the state, I've negotiated legislation, I've drafted legislation, I've been up in Sacramento with some of the toughest negotiators you've ever met. I've had Kip Lipper, who's the EQ rep, come down on me saying, Barbara, I won't repeat what he said, get your effing ass in here now, and you negotiate that bill. I don't care that your other person was supposed to be here. I've done that. I've testified in Congress on behalf of the governor for 2 days on Superfund reform, representing all states. No other states were there, only California. We were representing all states. I stood up to 2 days of intense drilling down and being polite. I can help. And you know what? I think I can learn from all of you. You guys have a great ability to work together. I love to work in teams. I'm a collaborator. So I might make some missteps initially, but I'm here to learn.
You are talking to the guy who once said, we should ban alcohol from the Fairfax Festival. I'm still picking the thorns out of my tush on that one.
Well, I don't drink, so I'm okay with that. Thank you.
If you want to be equal, that was 17 minutes.
Is that rain?
Renee, sorry to keep you waiting, but
You'll get equal
I'm here.
time. Yeah, well, I won't call them any names, but
Okay.
We will grill you for the exact amount of time that we grilled Barbara, just so
I
that
was
everything's
worried
fair.
about that.
okay. Well, thanks. And I guess last time you went first
Do I have
because
to
you
do it
got the.
again?
You don't have to do it again.
I let someone else go first this time.
Yeah.
Well, I'll take a crack at her. Ready?
Ready.
Okay. Okay, have some water.
What's that?
Have some water.
I may have some throughout.
Okay. You know, one of the things that Barb Kohler brings that, to my knowledge, you don't is she's heavily dug into the government of governing and government and how it works at almost every level. And she also has served for some time on our planning commission and to a greater extent, but sort of, I think, a more easygoing open space committee type of atmosphere. And so while I have expressed that you are my first preference for the position, I would like you to respond to the fact that, you know, when she walks in here and she starts reading the mountain of paper that we got on a pretty regular basis, this is within the wheelhouse. You know, it's throwing a fastball pitch right down the middle of the plate. And how do you feel in comparison, and how will, you know, how do you distinguish yourself?
Okay. So, first of all, I'm humbled, and I understand, and I really truly do honor what Barbara brings to the table. This is a breadth and body of experience on a level and in a domain that I have not served in, and we all know that by now. So here's what I can offer: is when I became impassioned about, one, the environment, about, one, being a member of a community where I would be raising my children, and the schools that my children would be attending, and the sustainability of the place that we are trashing before their very eyes, I woke up, and it was an explosive wake-up call. It actually happened to take place at Walmart in Bentonville, Arkansas, where I helped to facilitate Al Gore and the presidents of some of the most highly regarded NGOs and all of the associates of Walmart to come together and start having a conversation about climate change, which I quickly brought back to Fairfax, and people threw tomatoes at me. I was inspired by what people can do, and I decided that with my past, my background as an international whitewater river guide, where I tackled Class 5 whitewater prior to even seeing it often, we called it read and run, I would jump in a boat, and I would be expected to navigate waters that most people wouldn't, and I no longer would like to even be anywhere near. This is how I feel about this new endeavor, is no, I have not served in government. I was appointed by you guys to serve as the Ross Valley rep on the LTF of the JPA, of the Solid and Hazardous Waste Management. And I've had an absolutely fabulous experience learning. The curve was like that. And I've gotten myself into a place where they want me to do more, surprise, surprise. And I found my way from the very teeniest seed and grassiest root to being able to be a very effective member of that local task force. And I didn't know how I would get there. What I've learned in the things that I've done in town, in the various organizations I've served in, is that I can find my way. I am someone who can find where to go, how to find out. I get this much time, I get it done. And mostly it's because I rely on people teaching me. And I know how to ask the questions in order to be taught, in order to learn. I cannot come in and say that I have what Barbara has. And I say that with all due respect. And I understand the concerns of the public. Believe me, I I honor the concerns, and I'm concerned myself, because I want to be an asset. So I will tell you that I think it is within my grasp to serve and to do the job for this town. I will have to learn a lot.
Fortunately, it's not astrophysics. The one thing that what I think will be challenging, maybe for you, certainly for me, not being a math whiz, is relying on, and we are exceedingly lucky to have Mike Viverette as our finance director. And so when you wade into the morass of our town budget, at least all council members and staff have the ability to go to you know, the Buddha of the befuddled and ask him, you know, how to understand these things, at least this year. So this is the skill set that you bring is, I think, your IQ. And as far as figuring the rest of it out, there's there are plenty of resources to help you, you know, catch that trajectory. And again, I'm using up everybody else's time. Sorry.
Go for it.
Uh-oh.
It's kind of hard to sit up here and ask you a question. But I guess that's what we're supposed to do. So, you know, as far as improving town bike and pedestrian, we've taken baby steps. Maybe you could just lay out what you think the big picture needs to be for us. Give us a vision on that, on just that one narrow piece of it.
Is that a question? No. So, having thought about this at great length, and to be honest, I feel often that I'm entrenched and I'm on the ground, literally riding over each bump and trying to figure out how a child can navigate a lip in the, you know, in the concrete and then a grate in the rain that's actually sloped at a dangerous angle. But when I look past that, and I look at the big picture, we start with the bicycle spine, which was in a citizens-inspired initiative, which basically came up and said, we have to delineate a route for these kids to get to school. It became, as you know, the bicycle spine, and David Parisi became incredibly excited about this, and we are going to have the state-of-the-art, the coolest, at least marked route to school, which is a start, because what it allows us to do then is obviously educate the people who also travel that route, so that they can actually begin to learn that we do have as equal a right to be on the road. When you look bigger than that, we have got a serious problem in our congestion in our downtown corridors. We cannot bicycle in those downtown corridors, and I don't recommend that children bike except on the sidewalk, which, as we all know, is illegal but looked past. When I think about the larger infrastructure, such as bringing the Marin trolley in, and then we think further to, well, how is it that we bring people out of the neighborhoods down into town? Where do we park them and then get them on the trolley on their bikes? You start to look at a broader picture. The transit system doesn't work for bicyclists. They can take 2 bikes on a Golden Gate Transit bus, or 3, 2. So what I see is an entirely different infrastructure for our downtown. My daughter parks her bike in front of Tibet Moon. It's her bike rack now, because she rides her bike down to town and gets on the bus in order to go to White Hill School. There really is nowhere else to put a bike. I feel bad for Tibet Moon. So we need to look at the parkade, and we need to look at the whole plan for the downtown. I know it's in the works. I know what's going on with TAM and the funding for that brutal intersection. But I see that pretty much we need to scrap a lot of it. And then we have to look at what in the world are we going to do with narrow sidewalks, narrow right-of-way, narrow roadways, and cars that park for free all day long and take up the space of bike racks that would serve 70 bikes. Did I go there?
Don't even have my mic on. Yeah. Let me see. I guess, yeah, we are, with you and Barbara, we're talking about apples and oranges to an extent in terms of your backgrounds and how you approach things, but that's actually a good thing. Let me see. I guess, I mean, you mentioned a climate action plan, resilient neighborhoods, and a lot of good benefits that can bring. I kind of want to try to ask you a question about something that's not what you're all about. I mean, because I know you as being all about a lot of things that are good for the earth and the environment. Transportation, which is also one of my things that I like to. But one of the things you mentioned actually is youth support program. And that's one of the things that I'm kind of curious about what your vision is for that.
Did you say youth support?
Youth support programs for teenagers. And
Well, that's a
maybe
whole
people
different
into their
conversation.
20s. Yeah, it is another whole conversation.
Well, I've been talking and sort of polling kids between 11 and 16 for the last couple of weeks and asking them, well, what do you want? I mean, what if we got the money and you could create whatever you wanted? My 11-year-old said, that's really hard, I don't know. And a 16-year-old told me, that is so lame. She gave me the L thing and the whole thing. Because we can't really organize anything for youth, because how do we know what they really want, even though we think we might? And in some cases we need to. So my plan would be really to go to them where they are, see what's happening in their schools and see where are the shortcomings, where are the shortfalls for what it is that they need, and what do they need to know, or how can we employ what they're already learning and that they're visioning, what they're thinking about, they want to create, and make it happen, support them in making it happen in our community. My daughter started painting pictures of pizza ovens and places where kids could go, and then they could learn and they could cook, and then they could invite kids to do it, and then they could sign up for sports tournaments. And then 16-year-olds told me, we just want to dance and we don't want you in our face. And so I started thinking about, there has to be an organizer. There has to be a central organizing body. It doesn't work, in my opinion, from what I've seen, to have a council person appointed, even though they love youth, to do that. You guys work too hard, and it doesn't work. So my idea would be to create well, first of all, to have administrators for it. So if it went through Focus, it would be like we've got we've got baby Focus, and then we've got teen Focus. There needs to be a space. I mean, we like to think that community center is adequate, but it is in my opinion, it is not. And they don't want to be by the bathrooms and next to the baby park. The pavilion is this fabulous resource that we have not tapped at all. So I think first and foremost, and what would happen if I was in the position that you are all in, is to allocate the funding to an organization like Focus, which has proven to be an incredibly successful model. They've grown like crazy. They meet the needs of this community, young families in this community like nothing else. And it's financially accessible to everybody. In fact, people are coming from all over the county to come to my music classes because they're so cheap. So, yeah, I think we have to start with where they are and not come in with some idea that we think we know how to make it. But we do have to provide space and the support and the administration to make it happen.
Thanks. Great.
Okay, I'll you and I worked on Streets for People a lot together, and one of the questions that I was sort of able to ask some of the other applicants was, how do you take a vision and turn it into a reality? I wanted you to have an opportunity to express how you've done that in the past, and you can use the plastic bag ban or Streets for People or whatever example you would like to use.
Streets for People gets very complicated because I see Streets for People as an ongoing and ever expanding concept, which I really believe will take us far down the road. I'm going to talk to the plastic bag ban because after coming back from Walmart, and I can't believe that's going to be on TV twice that I've said Walmart, I looked at Al Gore's 10 steps that go down through the end of an inconvenient truth, and there were all these things, and it kind of seemed like we should just check one, or two, or five. And there were two I could check, and that came from a gathering in the tree park, the Triangle Park, up at the base of Cascade Drive, from people who sat down, had not really thought too much about what can we do, like what should I do tomorrow? And we made this massive list, and the two things that came out that I could do were transport myself by bike and stop using plastic. That turned into the most, really exhilarating process of bringing people together around something that was tangible and that we could accomplish. We sewed 150 beautiful cloth bags. It's all very grassrootsy, I understand. This is not coming from a commission. But we went to the farmer's market. We talked to the Farmers Market Association, and we said, are you guys willing to go plastic free for a day? Well, we went through the whole thing about that. Well, I promise I'll buy 2,000 bio bags, and I'll bring them. And so the farmers will not suffer. If one farmer suffers, I'll pay him myself. We brought the free bags that a group of women got together and sewed. We went down to the market. The kids came. They decorated, and the kids were the watchdogs for the farmers. Okay, farmer, don't bring out a plastic bag, okay? We're really trying to do this. And then they'd come over and go, hey, that farmer's using a plastic bag. And through communicating with them, communicating the message, and a few of them who were super visionary, we created a plastic bag-free farmers market. And then working with council, and this is something that I really believe has to happen, you empower somebody, that person comes back, you partner, as we did with Larry, and he figured out how to get around the litigation and moved us to to a ballot where we won at 80% approval. So it went from very teeny and very new to something that is done, that I think has bred more really positive spirit, real pride in what this town can do, as the polystyrene ban did, as the resolution against the Keystone Pipeline, which was incredibly inspiring. And thank you for that.
And I think you've hit your 17-minute limit.
Really?
Yeah. 4 hours is going to be a snap, right?
Yes, bring Barbara back in.
So the final step in deliberations is what everybody's invited for.
Since we have two that we're ranking instead of three, does the ranking change?
You could just keep the points the same. Your top, for individual council members, your top choice would be 3 points, and your second choice would be 2 points.
Okay.
Can you hear us thinking out there?
Is that what we're doing?
I'm gonna, I'll go ahead. I'm gonna stick with my gut here, and I'm gonna give my top ranking to Renee. I think we need people on this council who have have a proven ability to get things done in this town. We have a lot of councils and commissions, and we do a lot of good work, and I love sitting up here and being in these meetings and making important decisions. But one of the things that I love about sitting in this seat is the power that it gives you to get things done in the community. And I think that giving Renee this seat and this power to get more done, I don't even know what she's capable of. She has an idea and she runs with it and it gets done. And I'm really impressed by that, and I'm inspired by that, and I'm moved by it, and that's, so on my top ranking will go to Renee, and with the greatest of hopes that Barbara, that we would get both of you as these seats free up.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I think I already spoke my piece the last part of this. And for this particular appointment, I'm ranking Barbara first and Renee second. I'd like to see them both here because, like I said, we need both. We need that knowledge base, and we need the vision. But for this appointment, at this time, and the skill set that I know we're losing, and I think we need, that's how I rank it right now.
I think it's an interesting exercise, and I think we'll look back on it in an odd sort of way, because I have a feeling that what we're going to be hearing very soon is that the second opening is coming, and if we don't go through as protracted a process as we did this time, we would be filling the seat with, you don't want to jump too far into the future, but I have a feeling that both candidates within a very short period of time could be sitting up here and joining us, and it's just a question of who's today and who's tomorrow, literally tomorrow. So I guess I would go, as I said before, Barbara and I are probably more akin in the way that we will become council members, and I have no doubt that she will become a council member up here. But I look into who we're replacing, and while I, again, don't mean to presume that I know him better than he knows himself, I believe that the voters put a certain type of individual here, and their wisdom must be followed, and I believe that between the two candidates, Renee is more Ryan-like, and with respect and respecting the voter's choice, not my choice, the voter's choice, I ask that Renee be seated now, that Barbara go second, and as I said, I think we all know that this is a very curious exercise, and that I suspect, Barbara, that you would find yourself up here in very, very, very short order.
Well, that said, I keep on thinking about that gas station. And I know that this is going to make the numbers add up pretty evenly. And in fact, using some of the same arguments that I just heard David using here, just looking at the analytical approach that Ryan brought to it, that makes me lean towards Barbara, which I realize makes it a dead heat. Yeah. So if we had a tiebreaker, that would be useful.
Coin flip?
Can I say that it would be I mean, I think that it's been made extraordinarily clear that my departure is imminent. Can I say that my departure is very likely to be, at least my resignation is very likely to be as soon as our April 3rd meeting is done. And it would be an extraordinary delight and honor for me to sit in that one meeting on this council with Renee. It would be an honor to sit with Barbara too, but I think the history that Renee and I have had together working on projects, I would feel like that would be a nice way for me to walk out the door.
Mm-hmm. Would it be possible to impose upon our town attorney and town manager to sort of explore with us how we will be resolving this next one? Because if we go through this again, I'll just be fit to be tied.
Well, I think
resolving this tie or resolving the next?
No, the next. In other words, I doubt there are many municipalities that have had X and Y so close to one another. And perhaps because it's not agendized, it would be inappropriate to explore this. But
as an informational response to your question, it may not be a helpful answer, but you have full discretion. The process that you chose to follow San Rafael was not necessary. Now, having just gone through a process, you have a number of candidates who you've just vetted. If the vacancy follows quickly, you could choose at the future time when the vacancy occurs to rely on the prior process, but you can't make that decision now.
So it seems to me that as we look out here, we literally could be announcing very shortly. We could go out to the community, and I think it's fair to solicit again, or not, as it is the council's pleasure. We want to remain transparent. We wish not to make this look like it's a closed process, and so we couldn't promise anybody anything. But on the other hand, I think we're all realists here, and the community has identified and spoken rather clearly, I think, in its letters and its support coming out this evening for two particular candidates, although I feel the other 5 are as worthy. I look to you guys for thoughts on this.
If, hypothetically, Pam were to turn in her resignation or announce officially at the April meeting, will we not have to go to the public again, solicit more?
You're not required to go to the public with this process that you used before. If she were to turn in her resignation at that meeting, the filling of the vacancy would not be agendized for then, so you would have to have a future meeting. What process you use would be up to you.
So it could be more rapid.
What if I announced my resignation like within the week, saying that it would be the day after that meeting? Would we be able to agendize it at that meeting?
Yes.
Agendizing what at the April 3rd meeting?
The process.
Probably the process, yeah.
Yeah. It's not the selection process.
Yeah.
Because it triggers as soon as I would submit a letter, not when.
Correct. Although the complicating thing here is you may be passing an ordinance on the 3rd that changes the process. So you wouldn't want your resignation to, you may not want your resignation to occur if that ordinance didn't pass.
Okay.
Very interesting.
I'll pretend like I understood that.
All right, so, and another clarifying question, this tally of preferences right now, we are not appointing at this meeting.
No, actually, under this scenario, you wouldn't appoint until April 3rd, no matter what you decided. The thoughtful process, the hope here was that you actually would have a clear, or maybe a point leader that you would all agree is, that would be your finalists, and that then you would then appoint that person at the April 3rd meeting. Of course, you have the second reading of the ordinance, you got to call for election, and then the appointment. I mean, right now you have the option to pretty much decide this at your April 3rd meeting. You can leave it like that, but at April 3rd meeting, you will need to make a decision.
Well, of course.
Well, and we're asking that, if we don't decide at this meeting, we're basically asking that both of these candidates prepare themselves to be sworn in at the April 3rd meeting, and that both candidates prepare themselves to actually sit at that meeting. Is that correct?
Sure.
Wouldn't it depend on the order in which things were done at the meeting? So we would first have to pass the ordinance, second would be resignation, third, or
Yes.
Appointment 1, resignation, appointment 2?
I'm not sure you could do the appointment that night. I think you would have to first discuss the process. Actually, you probably could do the appointment if you wanted to. I mean,
we've gone through, we have gone through a somewhat exhaustive process tonight. I suppose we could be criticized because it wasn't officially a 2-seat process. So, we need to be prepared to accept that criticism.
Or to spend some part of April going through some version of this and then appoint in May.
Yeah, well, the IJ didn't hear that the rumors have been flying around town for a while, but that, I'm, it does need to be a public process. I think that's important.
I think we can, can't we?
I think we can.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. I will open a public comment right now, and I can see there's several interested parties. And yeah, we're at 11 o'clock, so
Okay,
just
really
keep
quick.
it at 2 minutes. It'd be great.
I'm not really sure how to say this or say it nicely, but to tell you the truth, I feel really manipulated right now. I think that you should have made your announcement before. I think that this should have been a panel of 3 and not 4. If this is I'm just telling you, I don't need an answer back. Because right now, what you talked about before was June. And Ryan's not allowed to have any say because he was clear about what he did. Now, this to me feels really bad. And I don't know how other people are feeling. I guess it doesn't really matter, but that's just my first gut. I just need to weigh in.
I would love to respond to that because I am leaving in June. I am moving my entire life of 15 years across the entire country, and I intended to resign in February. Sorry. I've worked so hard for this town, I'm sorry. It has not been my intent to derail this process, and honestly, I was about to retire. We were getting a new town manager. I knew Judy was leaving, and when Ryan had to resign, I stayed on at the advice of our town council and our manager to continue to serve this town in the best way that I could. And that's why I'm here. And I'm not here to try to manipulate this or make this anything different than exactly what it is. And I'm sorry that you feel that way, and I have a lot of respect for you, Valerie, and it's been really hard to make this decision to leave at all, and to feel like I'm getting accused of playing some manipulative trick in this is just heartbreaking.
Mimi Newton, and it seems like you guys are deliberating the possibility of agendizing a process for replacing Pam at the April 3rd meeting, that you were actually thinking if you put in a letter about your resignation sooner to enable that process to be on the agenda for April 3rd, that there might be a way to have all four of you vote on Ryan's replacement, and then have Ryan's replacement come, and I would imagine, four council members, would then vote on Pam's replacement. And that might not only, if that would be legal because you agendize those two decisions in advance of the April 3rd meeting, that might work. I don't know.
No, Mimi, you're on the road, of course.
So, I'm just throwing that out there for you guys.
No, wait, stay with us.
Okay.
The question, however, that I think I hear John raising, if I'm correct, is, sort of bootstrapping one onto the other doesn't suggest itself that is as transparent as we want to be. I would be concerned that although 7 good candidates came forward, there are a couple of others who would say to themselves, oh, well, I didn't get my application, but whatever the reason is. So I would be much more open to the agendizing of it in April, the process like this, Michigas, during the April, and then once May comes along.
Doing the second vote then?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know, I just thought that might be something that you guys could actually do.
One thing that we can't do is make a promise. Oh, we love candidate X, candidate Y.
And you don't know that if you choose candidate X, that candidate Y would actually throw their hat in the ring for the second either. So it's not a guarantee either way.
Or better than sliced bread candidate shows up and...
Right. Blows them all out of the water. I'm not planning on doing that.
Well, I wish I'd indicated the other way because this wouldn't have come up.
We could defer the selection until April 3rd. I don't know. I guess that feels a little lazy, but it's been 5 hours so far. It's been good. It's been good, and I hate to see us kind of get hung up on this particular knot. But let's continue our discussions. And
there is one little danger. If we don't select somebody on April 3rd, that seat stays open. We'd have to call an election.
Or a special meeting.
Or a special meeting.
A special meeting. We have until April 8th to make the selection, because that's the 60 days. Ryan's resignation, I think, was effective the 7th.
Yes,
it was the 7th. So there's 21 days, 52, so we've got 8 days in April.
There's one pine for the great days of the flood when we used to meet in endless session.
I'm just saying, so, if it's going to take kind of working it through or working itself through, I'm just saying there is, mathematically, we have time.
Thanks for putting it together.
So.
Yeah, that is true. And I think seeing how the points were adding up, sorry to throw this out there that way, but I had it in mind that we were probably going to be selecting on the 3rd anyway. Because this is an indicator. We're not, these points here are not that's not the final vote. It can't be, yeah.
Right.
So, I think what that indicates is that we, as the current council, are quite interested in both of these candidates.
Larry, one more time, can you tell me the dates on it? Did you say April 8th?
I think it's April 8th.
That's great, April 8th.
If the resignation was effective on the 7th, and I think that's what it says in the staff report.
That's correct. April 8th. We've checked that
Okay,
date.
so
We've
21,
counted,
30,
right.
21 plus 31 is 52, so we have 8 days in April.
Just the thought of that transparency that we want is if we did something on the 3rd and asked members of the community to come forward, if nobody came forward by that time, we would know. Go ahead.
David, we're not opening up another council seat for the 8th.
No, it's the second seat. It's the Pam seat. In other words, if we opened up on the 3rd an item on the agenda and we said Pam has resigned, please put your name in by X date, the 7th or the 8th, and then we would then be able to appoint from that list.
Yeah, can I weigh in here? I mean,
Yeah.
that's getting off of the agendized topic. If something happens, you can address it then.
You're right.
Yeah. I think it'll work out fine.
No mouth to God's ear.
So are we done?
Well, as a matter of clarification for staff, so I can make sure what's going to be on the agenda for April 2nd. So the second reading of the ordinance, the second
Third.
reading of the ordinance on April 3rd.
Yes.
So second reading of the ordinance on April 3rd, and then the call for the special election, and then we're going to have the appointment to the seat vacated by Councilmember O'Neill. Question I have is a matter of process. Obviously, the 2 candidates will be there, but are you thinking you'll have another opportunity for question and answer, or are you just thinking you'll make a decision and not to have any more of the selection process per se when it comes to interviews?
I'd say keep it open. I think this process, I think, has actually worked pretty well. So I would say there's going to be public comment, on the item. But I really don't want to torture these 2 women any more than they've already gone through, because looks like it's going to be that they may be exposed to that kind of public scrutiny. That's the word. Pretty soon. So maybe we should just keep it open for now, because it's where we are, and I think we've actually come pretty far tonight. I really do.
Well, I agree, and especially since we can't appoint tonight legally anyway. This is probably not a bad place to be.
Gives us time to think, and it gives us time, it gives us time to rest.
Okay, so you're deferring decision
You feel
to
it-
3rd.
you
so we
have
have
direction?
Right, so we'll schedule the agenda.
And
as
we'll
we
have the
discussed.
ordinance on for second reading.
Second reading, that'll be your first item of business.
Great, thank you.
Thank you all.